Welcome to the Lincoln City Council meeting of August 15th, 2022. In accordance with LB 898, please be advised that a copy of the Open Meetings Act is posted at the back of the chamber by the northwest door. Let us all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a brief period of silent meditation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. The order of business of the City Council is as follows. The clerk will call the items listed on the agenda. Under public hearing, anyone wishing to speak on an item should come forward after the clerk reads that item. The council shall require any member of the public desiring to address the council to identify themselves, the name of the organization or group, including an address that you may be representing by such person or group, unless the address requirement is waived to protect the security of the individual. The applicant may then make one short rebuttal. Each speaker should begin by stating their name, address, organization, or group, and whether you are speaking in favor of or in opposition to the item. Testimony is limited to 5 minutes per speaker. After all public hearings, the council will vote on resolutions and items listed under third reading. On the second and last Mondays of the month, immediately prior to adjournment, anyone may speak on any issue not on the agenda for that date, nor planned for a future agenda. Madam Clerk, will you please call the first item of business?
Our first item of business today for our City Council meeting Monday, August 15th, 2022 is our consent agenda, sections 1 and 2.
Is there anyone here that would like to address an item on these issues?
Good afternoon, councilors. Maggie Stuckey-Ross with Lincoln Parks and Recreation. I am proud to share with you the nomination of Peter D. Smith to be on the Community Forestry Advisory Board. Pete is currently the Urban Forestry Manager for the Arbor Day Foundation, and I had the pleasure of working with Pete for several years when I was at Arbor Day, so I've known him for quite a while. His entire career really embodies forestry and community forestry. I know him to be a strategic thinker, to have excellent tactical experience that can be helpful on this board, and an extensive network within urban forestry as we continue our investments in that program. Thanks to your support in this year's budget, we need all the help we can get. So really happy to have Pete's name put forth by the mayor, and would like to invite him up to say a few things as well.
Thank you very much. Welcome to the dais, Mr. Smith. Good to see you again.
Thank you, and thank you, members of City Council, for giving me this opportunity to serve on the Community Forestry Advisory Board. I've spent the last 30 years engaged in community forestry, mostly in Texas, but around the country, and I'm just looking forward to sharing the things that I've learned here in Lincoln and try to make our town greener and more sustainable as we move forward. So I'm very excited. If there's any questions I can answer, I'm happy to do so.
Any questions for Mr. Smith or comments?
No, thank you for your time and
Thank
service.
you.
Yes, thank you for serving. We appreciate it very much.
Appreciate it very much.
All right. Madam Clerk, can we please move on? Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Liz Elliott, Director of Lincoln Transportation Utilities, 555 South 10th. I am honored to be able to introduce to you Carlos Servan. He's the Executive Director of Nebraska Commission for the Blind and Visually Impaired, and he will be a tremendous asset to the StarTran Advisory Board as he's committed his entire career to public service. Not only does he have a Juris Doctorate, which I am a fan of, but he also has a master's degree in public administration, and he has served on a number of organizations, serving as president for the National Federation of the Blind of Nebraska and for the National Association of Blind Rehabilitation Professionals. But he also served about a decade on the City of Lincoln's Diversity Committee, under Mayor Beitler as well. So we're excited to have him a part. He's going to be a tremendous asset to Star Tran and the advisory board. And with that, I will let Carlos introduce himself.
Can you guys hear me okay?
We
Perfect.
can. Yes,
Okay,
thank
I'm
you.
Carlos Servan. My work address is 4600 Valley Road, Suite 100. As you notice on my accent, some folks think that I have a Midwestern accent. And then I try to convince them that it's a Southern accent, but I have no success. But I guess my point is I'm originally from Peru. I moved to America in 1989. I went to the University of New Mexico. I lived there for 8 years and then moved to Lincoln in 1998. My children grew up here. They are grown now and we are empty nested. So my heart is here in Lincoln. This is home for us, and I want to pay back. As you will understand, blind people don't drive, so we rely a lot on public transportation, and I have a network with blind people and minorities to bring some ideas and address their concerns as well. And I will be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Are there questions from the council, comments? We're so
No questions.
pleased, yeah.
Thank you.
Just to thank you for your
Yes.
time and service. We
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Director Elliott. Others who want to come forward on this item? Welcome.
Thank you. Afternoon, Madam Chair, council members. My name is Chad Blaha. I'm Director of Building and Safety, and I am honored to introduce to you Mr. Tim Mentor. He is a licensed professional engineer in electrical engineering and serves at LES. And he has agreed to be the member of our electrical board, advisory and appeals board, in that capacity as an engineer and an employee of LES. That board is responsible for responding to and hearing, well, one of them is just questions of my decisions. So if there's a decision that somebody has an issue with in an electrical code realm, that's the board that hears it. They also get to listen to suggestions for alternate materials and such. So I'll let Tim introduce himself a little bit.
Very good.
Well, thank you, Chad, and thank you to the council as well. My name is Tim Mentor, as you mentioned. My address is 9445 Rokeby Road. I was born and raised in Lincoln, Nebraska, and for the past 5 years, I've had the privilege of serving at Lincoln Electric System as a specs and standards engineer. I graduated from the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, and I am a licensed professional engineer in the state of Nebraska. It's a great honor to be nominated to this position on the Electrical Advisory Appeals and
Long
Appeals
one.
Board.
Appeals and Examining Board.
An examining board. I grew up in this city, and as an engineer, I'm dedicated to safety, and that's my commitment going forward on this board. Also raising kids in the city, I'm further committed to safety. So I guess with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments for Mr. Mentor? None at all. Thank you for your service and coming forward.
Thank you very much.
Yes, we appreciate it. Others who would like to come forward on this item? Any others? Okay. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, can we please move on?
We can now vote on these items. Item 1A is appointing Peter D. Smith to the Community Forestry Advisory Board for a term to expire August 15th, 2025, introduced by Beckius.
So moved.
Second?
Seconded by McGinnis. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please call the vote.
Raybold?
Yes.
Bowers?
Yes.
Schob?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Beckius?
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
Ward?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 1B is appointing Timothy Mentor to the Electrical Advisory Appeals and Examining Board for a term to expire August 15th, 2025, introduced by Beckius.
So moved?
Second?
Seconded by Washington. Is there discussion? Seeing none, please call the vote.
Washington,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
Beckius,
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 1C is appointing Carlos R. Sarvan on the Star Trend Advisory Board for a term to expire August 15th, 2025, introduced by Beckius.
So moved?
Second?
Seconded by Raybold. Is there discussion? Seeing none, please call the vote.
Bowers,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Beckius,
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 1D is reappointing James Michael Bowers to the Lincoln Lancaster County Board of Health for a term to expire July 22nd, 2025, introduced by Beckius.
So moved?
Second?
Seconded by Bowers. Is there discussion? No.
I would greatly appreciate the honor of being appointed to admittedly one of my favorite boards if the council would grant me the ability to do so.
Any further discussion or questions? All right, seeing none, please call the vote.
Beckius,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Congratulations.
It was
It
close
was,
there.
it was a squeaker. Okay.
Item 1E is approving the distribution of funds representing interest earnings on short-term investments of idle funds during the month ended June 30th, 2022, introduced by Bowers.
So moved.
Second?
Seconded by Beckius. Is there discussion? Seeing none, please call the vote.
Washington,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
Beckius,
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Okay.
Section 2, items 2A through 2H is introduced by Schob.
So moved.
Second?
Seconded by McGinnis. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please call the vote.
Beckius,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. That concludes our consent agenda. We shall move on to our next section. Section 4 is our public hearing liquor resolutions. I'll be calling items 4A and 4B together. 4A is application of Casey's Retail Company doing business as Casey's, number 4272, for a Class D liquor license located at 1601 Q Street, Suite E, and the related manager application of Crystal M. Carter.
Is there anyone here that, there you are. Here we are, sorry. I did not look up. Thank you for
Please
being
raise
here.
your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that testimony you're about to give is the truth as you really believe it to be?
I do.
Thank you very much.
Would you like to tell us a little bit about your application? And after you say your name and addresses, please, for the record.
Absolutely. I'm Crystal Carter. I'm the applicant. I'm the region director here in Lincoln, Nebraska. And this is the DM, so we're both right here in Lincoln.
Yeah, so I'm Catherine Rogers. My physical address is 2425 Ramsey Road here in Lincoln.
Thank you.
And as far as the application goes, it would be off of the 16th and Q area. Right now, I do believe it is a Lamar's, so it would be something that we would be leasing. No gas pumps, and we're just wanting to see if we can get a liquor license approved for that area.
Okay. Questions, comments? Councilwoman Washington.
I do. I spent a little bit of time going over the Casey's website over the weekend, and is this the second no pump convenience store, or do you have more than that?
I think we do have more than that, just not in this area.
Okay.
Yeah.
And can you tell me a little bit about the full kitchen that you're going to provide here?
Yep, it will be just like our other locations, with, to-go orders as well as delivery of whole pizzas. And then we'll have the warmer set up in there as well, the grab and go.
And then other convenience mart items,
Yep,
including
all the same
alcohol.
retail items that we carry in our other stores.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to see the UNL approval.
Yeah.
Other questions or comments for our applicants? All right. Seeing none, thank you very much for coming forward. Madam Clerk, can we please move on?
I'll be calling item 4C, application of Rhino Dynamics, Inc., doing business as Duffy's Tavern for a special designated license to cover an outdoor area measuring approximately 450 feet by 300 feet at 1412 O Street on September 23rd and 24th from 12 p.m. to 2 a.m.
Is there anyone here that would like to speak on this item? Okay. Counselor Johansi Christie, City Attorney, thank you.
Thank you. Council Christie, City Attorney, 555 South 10th. It is my understanding the applicant is asking for a 2-week delay on this item,
2 week?
August 29th.
29th, okay. I would entertain a motion for that delay.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second?
Moved by Washington, seconded by Beckius. Discussion?
Are we going to continue public hearing?
That's up to,
Yes.
okay?
I would like
Okay, okay. With a continued public hearing. Very good. All right, so it was moved by Councilwoman Washington and seconded by McGinnis.
Beckius.
Beckius, I'm sorry, thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, please call the vote for 2-week delay.
With continued public hearing?
Yes, continued public hearing, thank you.
Bowers?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
Raybold?
Yes.
Schob?
Yes.
Beckius?
Yes.
Ward?
Yes,
Motion carried 7-0.
thank you.
I'll be calling item 4D, application of Backstage Bar LLC doing business as Dinty Moore's Lunchroom for a special designated license to cover an outdoor area measuring approximately 286 feet by 150 feet at 340 West Cornhusker Highway on September 3rd from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m.
Welcome.
Hello, hi. My name is Eli Murdoch. I live at 1521 Sunset Road here in Lincoln, Nebraska.
Thank you.
Okay.
Could you talk to us a little bit about your SDL?
Yeah, you bet. So it's Saturday, September 3rd. We're planning an event going from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. outdoors. Should be a nice event. We're expecting around 1,000 people, and then an after party outside. And so we did one similar last year. Yeah, we think it'll be a great event.
Right. Any questions or comments?
Sure.
Councilwoman Washington?
Thank you, madam. Can you tell me a little bit about the after party?
Sure.
And how long does that last? You said it's outside?
The after party is indoors.
Oh.
I apologize. Yeah,
Okay.
and so it'll be inside the building there. And so at 10 o'clock sharp, we'll cut music off, and anyone that would like to attend the after party is welcome to go inside and do so.
Thank you.
Councilman Beckius?
Yeah, so the primary event, if you will, is outside.
It
and
is.
then the after party goes inside at
Yeah.
10. And then can you talk a little bit about, I was looking over the application. Can you speak to, Eli, the security for the event? Because what I had read on the application is that there would be security at the entrance and exits.
Mhm.
Any additional security
Yeah,
beyond
absolutely.
that?
Yeah, definitely. So in general, for all of our events, we do one security member per 100 people. So for planning roughly 1,000, we would have 10 total security plus event staff there as well. So
Okay.
it really depends on event numbers though. And so it kind of moves. So based on ticket sales and what we expect previous,
Okay.
a day or two before the event, we adjust.
And could you state that ratio again for me, Eli?
Yeah, 1 per 100, and
One per
we've gotten
100.
that from LPD as a good guideline to go by.
Other questions? Councilman Schob?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I remember last year, and there were some people in the neighborhood that came and had some concerns about noise. Have you addressed any of those issues?
Yeah, we have. And so last year, due to the level of the artist that we booked for that, he had very specific sound system requirements and production requirements. This year, we're a bit less tied to that. So the sound system in general is probably about 50% of the capacity that we had at last year's event. Also, due to the size of the event, we actually utilized the longer portion of the parking lot to account for more people or provide more room. That actually had the stage was on west, aiming east. This year, we're planning to have the stage on the north side of the parking lot, aiming south. If you are familiar with the
Toward
area, there's
Cornhusker.
nothing to the south, and so we should have, I hope reduced complaints. We're also, pending approval, we'll reach out to everyone in the neighborhood and offer free entry to the event. We want to make sure we're really good neighbors to everyone there, so.
Other questions or comments for our applicant? Okay. Seeing none, thank you
You bet. Thank you.
very much. All right.
Could we hear from staff?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes, could we please have staff come forward? Investigator Parker, would you mind addressing some questions? Thank you.
Investigator Scott Parker, 575 South 10th Street.
I think
Well,
Councilwoman Washington,
thank
did
you.
you have questions? Okay.
I do. So you've heard the questions that we've asked so far. Do you have any concerns about this application? Is there any reason for us to give some pause or greater consideration?
Well, I would still like to, I guess, confer to the health department in terms of the noise variance, based off of the issues from last year. To, I guess, gather more input from them. There has been some discussion as of late when I received this initial application and they kind of got involved in that. I think there's still some more things being ironed out there where I think we can come to a resolution, but at this point in time, I don't know if we are at one,
Okay.
Okay.
if I'm
And that-
honest.
That seems so vital in comparison to feedback that we've gotten in the past.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and
Okay.
I think Director Lopez is in the room.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think the biggest thing is if we're able to get everything ironed out now, then hopefully if we want to continue the events there, if they want to continue those events there, then we have a nice roadmap to make that easy for the applicant later on.
Thank you.
That makes sense.
It does. Thank you
Okay.
for coming
Yeah.
forward.
Any other?
Director Lopez?
Sure. Any other questions for Investigator Parker? Okay, good. Thank you, Director Lopez. Thank you, Investigator.
Pat Lopez, 3110 Street. Our team has reviewed this. We worked with Royal Grove in the past. They have not requested a noise variance. So there is not anything that we're approving at this time for them. To our knowledge, we haven't seen that. Our concern remains the close proximity to the residential area and the neighborhood noise. Now, I hear that they have spoken with the neighbors. I understand they changed the location. I'm not sure that we were aware of all of that, but just at this point in time, we don't have a variance to issue or act on request.
Other questions? Councilwoman Raybold.
Director Lopez, if we delayed this for 1 week, is that enough time for the applicant to request the variance and to tie up some of the other outstanding issues that Investigator Parker brought up?
I think if we had a delay for 1 week, it would enable us to look further at it. I'm concerned that I don't want to guarantee that we'd be able to do a noise variance, but it certainly would allow us to investigate more fully and make sure we're trying to do everything we can to mitigate what would be an issue. We've had previous complaints in the neighborhood several times, and I'm sure the owners are aware of that as well. So it sounds like they're trying to make some efforts to address that, so it'd be good to have discussion.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Director Lopez? All right. Saying none. Thank you, Director. All right. Okay. Yes, Councilman Beckius?
Yeah. Could I speak to
The
Eli
applicant?
again?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you mind? Thank you.
No, you're
Okay.
fine.
We got
You're
you.
fine. You're fine. I'm inclined to offer a delay for a week just to work out some of these issues.
Sure.
Are you is that okay with you?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I appreciate that very much. I think it would
course.
give us enough time, the city enough time to make sure that everything's good, because we want to make sure all is good with the neighborhood while still supporting business and live music.
Of course, I appreciate it, and I appreciate the opportunity to continue to look at it, so.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate that.
Great. Yep.
I'll move to delay for 1 week.
Second.
Do that in the voting session?
Oh,
Oh, right, we're not.
Perhaps,
sorry,
yeah.
sorry,
That's all right.
apologize.
No problem.
Raring to go.
That's all right. Very good. We'll get to it. Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, can we please move on?
Item 4 is application of Pete Records for Governor Inc. for special designated licenses to cover an indoor area measuring approximately 113 feet by 50 feet and an outdoor area measuring approximately 287 feet by 287 feet at 1425 8th Street on September 3rd from 11:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m., September 10th from 3:30 to 5:30 p.m., September 17th from 8 to 10 a.m., October 1st from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m., October 29th and November 5th from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name's Abigail Folson, and I'm representing Pete Ricketts for governor at 1610 N Street. This is our application for our yearly tailgates that we do for all the
normal.
home tailgates,
Yeah.
just the normal, done them for the last 3 years.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the applicant or comments?
Nope.
All right, seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we can move on.
Item 4F is application of Kincaid Brewing Company, LLC, doing business as Beer House. Excuse me if I say this. Mashler, thank you, Cody. Appreciate that. For
It's
a
German.
special designated licenses to cover an outdoor area measuring approximately 66 feet by 43 feet at 151 North 8th Street on September 3rd, 10th, 17th from 8 a.m. to 2 a.m., October 1st and 29th from 8 a.m. to 2 a.m., and November 5th and 19th from 8 a.m. to 2 a.m.
Cody Schmick. My office address is 1630 P Street here in Lincoln. This one probably should go after the one later on. We're just opening a new German beer house in the Haymarket of Lincoln. So I'm here asking for the CK license today. But then on top of that building, the 4th floor, which is what this one's for, is a beautiful outdoor rooftop patio that's being severely underused. So Speedway, my landlord, asked me if we had any good ideas, and so we are looking at doing some private tailgate events up there during football season. So that's what these dates are.
Questions or comments for the applicant at all? All right, seeing none, thank you very much.
Okay.
Item 4G is application of Kincaid Brewing Company, doing business as Kincaid Brewing, for special designated licenses to cover an outdoor area measuring approximately 160 feet by 42 feet at 201 North 7th Street on September 30th from 8 a.m. to 2 a.m., October 8th from 8 a.m. to 2 a.m.
So I'm not 100% sure why these got added in. We got our other ones approved already. This is for our normal tailgate that we do outside of Kincaid. We've done it the last 3 years with no incidents up to this point. So
All right,
I'd be happy to answer any questions.
thank you. Yes, Councilwoman Washington.
Mr. Schmidt, thank
Yeah.
you. Oops. Mr. Schmidt, thank you for coming down. I have a question that
Yeah.
I wanted to ask of the last one. So when you have the private tailgating events upstairs in the new upper area,
Sure.
will you have a separate manager up there during the events?
We will. Yep, we'll
Okay.
have a manager on site. It's actually a guy from McCook, Sainards. I don't know if you ever heard of this place. He won a James Beard Award a few years ago. He loves doing stuff like this, so he signed on to help me with these. We got to get him through like all the proper training and stuff for it, but as of this point, I think he's going to be the guy that's going to help us with these. So, yep.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Other comments, questions, discussion? All right, thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, let's move on.
Item 4H, application of Friends Family LLC, doing business as Hero 88 for special designated licenses to cover an indoor area measuring approximately 78 feet by 50 feet and an outdoor area measuring approximately 160 feet by 69 feet at 350 Canopy Street on September 3rd, 10th, and 17th from 8 a.m. to 1 a.m., September 16th from 12 p.m. to 1 a.m., October 1st and 29th from 8 a.m. to 1 a.m., and November 5th and 19th from 8 a.m. to 1 a.m.
Dwayne Simmons, 324 South Cotner Boulevard is my residence, and I am the general manager of Friends and Family LLC. There's an empty space in the rail yard. We're just trying to occupy that to alleviate some of the stress from the other two businesses right there. So we'll have 3 drink windows outside and then the full public market on the inside for game days.
Okay, great. Thank you. It must be football season.
It must be football season. Hopefully a winning one.
Just wondering, yeah,
Yeah.
just saying. All right, very good. Any questions for our applicant at all? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, can we please move on?
That concludes our section 4 of our liquor resolutions.
Madam Chair, seeing no one else coming forward, I'd like to move approval of items 4A, 4B, 4E through 4H.
Second.
Seconded by Raybold. Any further discussion?
No.
Seeing none, please call the vote.
Beckius,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes,
Ward.
Yes,
Motion carried 7-0.
I think that leaves one unaddressed.
correct. Thank you, Councilman Shob. Councilman Beckius,
Yeah, I'll move to delay item 4D for 1 week.
Second?
seconded by Raybold. Any
With
for,
public hearing?
Public.
Sure. Yeah, with public hearing.
and Councilman McGinnis, did you second that?
I'll second that.
All right, thank you. Seconded by McGinnis. Further discussion? Seeing none, please call the vote.
Beckius,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Right. Very good. Okay, Madam Clerk, when you're ready, please move on.
Okay, that concludes our section 4 of our agenda. We shall move on to section 5 of our agenda, which is public hearing resolutions. Item 5A, application of Oxford House Lioncrest for a reasonable accommodation under Chapter 1.28 of the Lincoln Municipal Code to allow 14 unrelated disabled persons to reside together as a family, as that term is defined by the Lincoln zoning ordinance on property generally located at 1923 B Street.
All right. Is the applicant here, present? Thank you. Please come forward. Welcome. What we'll do after we hear from the applicant, and he'll have an opportunity to respond, is have the, you'll have 5 minutes for proponents and opponents. And
That way they can hear me. Well,
Take a break for a moment while we get microphones situated.
sure, yeah,
thank you so much.
yeah, of course, of course.
Couple minutes.
Sure. We will be, yeah, we'll get the microphones situated here, and before we begin hearing on this item.
I think we missed.
Okay. Get everything situated for everyone.
Okay, thank you so much.
Didn't see it.
No, sorry for the delay. That's okay. Sorry.
Oh,
Are we
no
okay?
apologies for you. This is us.
Okay. All right. Here comes our assistants.
Help me out here. Get your
Very
Thank you
good.
so much.
Thank you. Mhm.
Now we know where it is.
Yeah, very good. So simple. All right.
Here you go. All right, it works. Very good.
Yeah.
No, I've got it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members of
Welcome.
council, thank you. My name is Scott Moore. I'm with Barrett Home LLP, 1700 Farnham Street, Omaha, Nebraska, 68102. I'm here on behalf of Oxford House Lioncrest, which is a group home for persons recovering from alcoholism and drug addiction. It is not a traditional group home. There are not staff there. There's not therapy given there. So it doesn't fit the group home definition of your ordinances. We are here today to seek a reasonable accommodation, both pursuant to the Federal Fair Housing Act, as well as Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act and the Americans with Disabilities Act, as well as this city's ordinance allowing for such reasonable accommodation. We have had the Planning Commission hearing that recommended approval of this reasonable accommodation. And looking at the staff report, page 6, which is marked miscellaneous number 22010, reasonable accommodation 1923 B Street. That goes through the factors set forth in the city ordinances with regard to reasonable accommodation, which are consistent with federal law. Your planning department has reviewed this. I'm sure you've looked at the materials already, as well as Steve Pullen has submitted a letter on behalf of Oxford House explaining how we meet that criteria. And I won't waste the city council's time going through all that again, but I'm here to answer any questions that you may have of Oxford House, of this particular house, or any question regarding the operations.
Thank you very much for your testimony and for the information you previously provided. At this point, we'll ask some questions from the council, and we will also have of you, and go from there. And we'll have proponents and opponents as well. So we may just mix it up a bit.
Very
and
good.
see
Thank
how
you.
that goes. First of all, while you're here, are there questions from the council for our applicant? Councilwoman Raybold.
Thank you, Mr. Moore, for coming down. I do have a lot of questions, and of course, I know we're waiting to hear from all the neighbors, and they will speak on this matter as well.
Sure.
So help us understand, is Oxford House a commercial enterprise?
Yeah, it is not. So Oxford House Lioncrest is the chapter. So they're self-run, democratically elected. They form the chapter, and they have independent responsibility for entering into the lease, paying the rent, and all the responsibilities. That's a core component of recovery here. What Oxford House Inc. has learned over the years is that kind of core component of them taking the responsibility of recovery for themselves is very important. Oxford House Inc. is not a commercial enterprise. Several cases throughout the country have held very clearly that it's not a commercial use for a group home like this. It's not like a company providing therapy and bringing people in. People are there on their own volition. They can be voted out immediately, and they are voted out immediately if they engage in any use or things like that. It's totally run by the chapter, and that's one of the core components of the success and recovery.
So then, how do you know if one of the individual houses is profitable?
Well, there's no profit involved here. So Oxford House doesn't receive any profit from this. There's no income that's developed from this that would be profit. Oxford House is a not-for-profit organization. So there's not analysis of whether something's profitable or not profitable.
So how do you know if an individual house is making ends meet?
Well, there are regional directors that check up on the houses to provide support. And again, the support that Oxford House provides is programming support, other support like that. And so we do have regional directors that do that. But for the most part, Oxford House does not run the day-to-day operations, does not check on these chapters on a day-to-day basis, because that would fundamentally change the principle that's involved here. It's not oversight by some organization that these folks need. It's for them to succeed on their own, which they have thus far, certainly in the neighborhood as they've been operating. So there's not, but there is a regional director there. That's a source for assistance, for programming assistance, and for other things.
Well, then what entity pays the legal fees?
For this?
Yeah.
Yeah, Oxford House Inc. is paying my legal fees.
Okay. And then is it the custom of Oxford House and all the other houses, do they acknowledge the authority of a political subdivision in coming up with reasonable land use plans?
Well, certainly, I think absolutely for a city to come up, a municipality to come up with reasonable land use provisions, absolutely Oxford House recognizes this. But I will tell you that, of course, we're here asking for a reasonable accommodation, trying to follow the city's procedures. But because it operates as a family, Oxford House takes the position that they do operate as a family. It's not an apartment complex. It's not broken up. They keep the structure the same. And I'll also say that in this case, in particular, it's concerning because when it was discovered that an Oxford House chapter was going to open there was spray paint in red across the front of the house that said no Oxford House. So there's somewhat of a fear when you're operating in that sort of scenario with regard to how the city's going to react, how the neighbor's going to react. So I think that this was an example that I've done this work for over 26 years. I used to work for the Department of Justice. Rarely do we see something like that, but that is why we find ourselves in a position that to operate. Also, I'll say that when the need is there, the members get together, right? So someone will contact Oxford House, someone in recovery want to start a house. The need is there to get people together to start the chapter. Going through the process sometimes in advance of that will not allow the chapter to function because you can't. It's not like these folks have other places to go, or they're in other areas, and they can wait months on end to go through the process to get approved. And so that gets in the way as well. But yeah, absolutely. We're asking for a reasonable accommodation, which your planning department has said is reasonable. But absolutely, there's a respect for the ordinances and the city's land use.
Well, and it's certainly unfortunate with that incident of spray painting. That's
Sure.
really unacceptable. But I guess what we're seeing, and you touched on it a little bit, that it is the practice of Oxford House to come into community and get established, which is contrary to some of our existing land use plans and requirements. And then it seems like you're forced to apply for that reasonable accommodation. Is that customary of how Oxford House works in other cities?
Well, what I'll say is, forced to. I would think that everybody who came up for a liquor license was forced to apply for the liquor license. It would be a lot cheaper and more inexpensive if they could just go out and start serving alcohol. So certainly that's the case. But I will say that under the federal laws that I mentioned before, the Fair Housing Act, Section 504, and the ADA, the question right now is not Oxford House's operations. The question is whether this is a reasonable accommodation as we look at it right now. And based upon the factors, not only in federal law, but on your own ordinance, Oxford House has met those factors and has been approved by the planning department, who are the professionals that we rely on to determine if it's reasonable or not, and by the planning commission. So this application is for a reasonable accommodation from the ordinances which we fit in right now.
But I guess if that is the case, then why hasn't Oxford House applied for reasonable accommodation for certainly the other Oxford houses in the city of Lincoln, and certainly the 6 that are already in the near south neighborhood?
So again, I'm only here on Lioncrest at this point. I'm only authorized to speak on behalf of Lioncrest at this point, and my focus is on whether they meet the requirements, and according to the reports that I've seen, they have, and certainly in our opinion, they have met those requirements.
So is it fair to say that you will be back before us for the 5 other Oxford houses that are established already in the near south neighborhood?
So I've not been engaged for anything like that.
Okay.
I have no idea at this point what's next, but I do know that the focus is on whether Lioncrest meets those standards. Those other houses are not before the city council at this point, and I don't represent them.
So in your 20 years of working on these cases, is that the standard practice of Oxford House to come back and reapply or file for applications for other Oxford houses if they're in a city? Do they come back and do that for the rest of those houses, or what is your experience?
You learn in law school never to say never and never to say always. And I will tell you that in many, many cases, if not most cases, there's no need for that because the neighbors see the value in it and there's not a big objection by the neighbors. So I can't give you an example or statistics regarding all other Oxford houses. There are thousands and thousands across the world now because of its success. So I don't know. I can't answer that question.
Okay, because I know it seems like there have been lots and lots of lawsuits that Oxford House has had to defend. So I mean,
sure, yeah, and we face what we believe is unlawful discrimination many times, and it is something that people recovering from alcoholism and drug addiction have had to fight for decades, and will continue to do so.
We have a classification. Certainly group homes is one thing, and I know that's been litigated already, but we have a transitional living facility application, and I was kind of curious why you didn't go for a facility application for that, because from our understanding in Oxford House, the residents are there at most from 7 to 9 months is the traditional length of stay. So it's more transitory because we certainly hope that they will get established and then go on and find their own accommodations elsewhere.
So a couple things. Number one, we believe that we are following the correct process and the best process to evaluate a reasonable accommodation. Again, this is a reasonable accommodation under federal law. We are following city's procedures and policies, but the accommodation is for an accommodation under the federal law. And under federal law, you don't have to follow any requirement with regard to getting the reasonable accommodation, but we were following what we believe is the best. But I will say, some things that may seem trivial to others who are not involved in it, like we consider ourselves a family, and that structure and those important things on how that works is very crucial to recovery. And we've seen that over and over again. It's not a transient living facility. It's simply not. No one is required to live a certain period of time. They're allowed to stay as long as they need to therapeutically. So it would likely be a falsehood to say that we're transient housing under your definition, because no one is ever required to move out at a certain particular time. Somebody could be there for years. Somebody could be there, those other things. And again, that smacks of a commercial use, which is fundamentally in opposite to what Oxford House is.
I think I got the data from your website about the typical length of stay for.
Yeah, that may be I'm sorry.
From your website, so that's why I bring it up.
Sure. And that may be the typical stay, but people are allowed to stay as long as they can. And for every, few months, I can give you a few year example, I'm sure, if I look at other Oxford houses.
So when the residents in the Oxford House, do we require them to sign some type of agreement? I know we've just had a case before us of Michael House, and they asked the residents to commit to at least 90 days. Is there any type of obligation, written or otherwise, that the residents have to sign?
There is no obligation. They stay as long as they want, and it's a self-run democratic chapter, and they control their destiny on that.
Madam Chair, I do have some other questions, but I feel compelled to say that I don't want to monopolize this dialogue and give others an opportunity to ask questions or move forward with testimony.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I know Councilman Bowers has some questions.
I just had a couple of questions about reasonable accommodations.
Sure.
Recently, we dealt with a reasonable accommodation with someone who wanted to keep a pet pig. And in my mind, that was providing a reasonable accommodation for the person. And so can you help me understand how we are able to accommodate a reasonable accommodation for folks that maybe a whole new different crew of folks in 7 to 9 months or so?
So I'll say two things. Number one, this is on behalf of the chapter and certainly the folks who are recovering from alcoholism and drug addiction living there now. They are in need of it immediately, but anyone who will occupy this house will fall within that recovery definition. In other words, they'll be recovering from alcoholism and drug addiction. And if you read specifically, let's say the Fair Housing Act, which is any person is allowed a reasonable accommodation. And person is a very broad definition. And case after case after case over the past 30 or 40 years, Oxford House was one of the first fair housing cases to go to the Supreme Court, have held that Oxford House chapters like this are when this accommodation request comes, it is an accommodation on behalf of persons with disabilities, and it is because of the disability that this request is being made.
Okay. Can you please explain a little bit about the benefit that people would receive from the reasonable accommodation?
Sure.
Or how that enhances their quality of life?
Yeah. So the benefit is, and again, we've explained this in the letter that we talked about, but the whole model of Oxford House, okay, everything that we may take for granted in a given day, responsibility for someone else in the house, responsibility for the obligations under the lease, responsibility for chores in the house, being around one another, other people in recovery, and sharing meals around that table. All those things are keys that have been developed over the years that show recovery is more successful. Okay, and if folks cannot live in that sort of communal living together as a chapter and have those responsibilities, the Oxford House model falls apart. And so it is the living situation itself is crucial to the recovery process. It's shown over and over again in Oxford House experience and how they've been successful over the many years. So that's an example of why group living in this sense is important. Also, houses, said this the other day, it changed a little bit, but a lot of the folks in this house ride bikes. They don't drive. Okay, so access to things being more towards the city center is more important because of access to things. If you're way out in a suburb and you don't have access, you don't have bikes, the public transportation here doesn't get you here reliably. That's also important with regard to the location of the house itself.
Are there any like studies or evidence that support that this enhances the quality of life?
Yeah, so DePaul University has done a study. It's been an ongoing study that has looked at pretty much all aspects of the Oxford House structure, as well as the experience we've seen in Oxford House, which we've piled on and on over the years. But yeah, DePaul University has a study about the success rate. Now, I was criticized this when I was before the Planning Commission, but upwards of 80% sobriety rate, and I'm not sure about the time frame on that, as compared to 30% with most other recovery models.
Is there a verification process that folks have to go through, either through like a drug and alcohol counselor to say that they have a diagnosis of substance abuse, or is it self-referred?
It can be self-referred, absolutely. In other words, they don't have to have some sort of official stamp to be in recovery.
I know that relapse is not included under the federal definition of a disability.
Mm-hmm.
Would you have the authority to include relapse into your program, meaning if someone did relapse, then they would still be able to remain there?
They cannot. A fundamental principle of Oxford House is if someone relapses, they can't remain in the house, and that can't ever be changed, because that would fundamentally alter the program itself.
And so there's no testing that happens at Oxford House, right?
No, there's no testing. No.
So if there's no testing, how would you know if someone relapsed? Would it be like a report from other members, or?
So I would not know. I'm not a recovering person. It could come from a variety of ways, but the success has been, as I understand it, I've been educated by people in recovery that you can fool people who are not in recovery. You can't fool people who are in recovery. It's as simple as that. And so that's why it's been successful.
And I just got 3 more quick questions.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you.
So since it's democratically governed, one concern that I do have is that folks would then be able to kick someone out kind of on a whim. Can you please address that? And is there a due process for if someone is living in a house that may not just be getting along with everyone else or something along those lines, right? Can you just kind of address if there's some sort of due process?
Sure, there's no due process. The due process is the chapter voting that person out. There's not an appeal process. There's nothing else. It is a fundamental part of the system, and I've certainly never been aware of somebody not liking someone and kicking them out. But again, there's not a due process, appeal process. If the chapter believes that they're using or they're otherwise disrupting, the chapter has the right, the independent right, the autonomous right to do that. Oxford House Inc. does not control that. No one else controls that. The chapter itself controls that. And again, as a fundamental part of the recovery system and that responsibility.
And I know that some municipalities go by, their building and safety code goes by individuals by square foot for living area.
Mm-hmm.
When you developed the number of folks that would be living in one of these Oxford houses, was that taken into consideration, or does the amount of folks that would be living in an Oxford house fall within that square footage number?
Sure. The number is capped at a number that under your life safety codes is appropriate for this home.
And then I think the last question that I have is there a history of approving similar reasonable accommodations?
Yes. Thousands of approvals of reasonable accommodations, over a 40-year period. Absolutely there are, and yeah, there, you don't have, you can go on Westlaw and look at it. There have been lawsuits that are brought, but the vast majority are approved and move forward. Thank you so much.
Councilwoman Washington, followed by Councilwoman Raybold. Are there other councilors that want to speak at all? Question? Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. I want to follow up on what Councilman Bowers has just asked, so I can clarify it for myself. How do you come to the numbers of people per Oxford House?
Sure. It's going to be the size of the house is going to be dependent upon that. I think the demand is outstrips supply. So part of that is if you have a big demand for that, then more people are going to need the recovery, and certainly Oxford House responds to that. But certainly, I would say that the primary approach is making sure it's big enough for the number of individuals proposed. And in this case, as I understand, and I think before the Planning Commission, the city department responsible for the Life Safety Code said we were certainly under that limit pretty easily, I think, with regard to the size of the home.
Is there a therapeutic reason is there a therapeutic size?
The more the better, actually. 18 is probably the therapeutic size that they would prefer, but they do compensate for that because of concerns that have been raised by folks. But certainly 14 falls within that zone of that sort of therapeutic benefit. And there are other benefits. I mean, I talk about the therapeutic benefit because I think that's the hardest for some people to understand, and that's why I talk about that. But, there are issues with regard to these folks being able to finance a house like this and be able to afford to live in a group setting like that. And that takes a crucial bottom line number. Again, the location of the house and the ability to access jobs, education, all those kinds of things come into play as well when you don't have everybody driving in the home, and in a city like Lincoln where you can't just go operate in the suburbs, the bus line is not going to go out, you don't have reliable public transportation. So there are many of those issues that go into play in selecting an Oxford House.
And would that number that you, like the optimum of 18, would that be in the DePauw University research?
I don't know if that's in there. Honestly. I would imagine it is. I don't have a copy of that study with me. But certainly I can tell you for sure and again, I'm answering a lot of hypotheticals here. I'm here only for Oxford House Lioncrest, and there's 14 there. And we know that is in an optimal zone for recovery and being able to afford to live in a group setting, and the location with regard to the access of the other things is just some examples of why it will be successful if we're able to have this reasonable accommodation.
Okay, then I'd like to ask a couple of questions about disability and the self-reporting.
Mm-hmm.
You say that there's no verification, no outside verification, someone can self-report. And from what I've read in many locations in the last couple of weeks, it looks as though under federal guidelines, you are considered disabled if you are not actively using, but you've been in recovery for 7 weeks.
So what it actually says is the illegal use of drugs is not protected. Right. So, for example, if I'm working for an employer and I'm in recovery and I'm using illegal drugs when I'm a truck driver, you can fire me for that because that is illegal drug use. I'm still in recovery. I'm still a person with a disability there, but I'm just not protected for that illegal use of drugs.
Okay. And so if someone is in recovery and they've applied to live at this house,
Mm-hmm.
It is okay then just to self-report and say, I am in recovery. I have this disability.
Yes, no one would want to live in these houses if they're not in recovery.
Really? No one?
Okay. Well, I guess I shouldn't say that. We don't see a reason for someone to live in these houses if they're not in recovery.
Okay. And so I guess I'm trying
there's no
to
evidence of that, by the way.
understand, because you're asking for an accommodation because of the disability, and I'm trying to understand how the city could verify or would verify, if we wanted to, the disability of each of the residents.
The chapter would not exist if there was not a need for therapy for people in recovery. There's no reason for it to exist. And if Oxford House found out that it was a bunch of people who were not in recovery using the Oxford House name, they would take affirmative steps to stop that, because it would be fundamentally inconsistent with it. There's absolutely, and I've never been aware of any residents operating under the name of Oxford House that is not set up for people for recovery.
So the chapter would verify that everyone was disabled in the house, and you would back them up, because if they weren't disabled, you would want to step in, or Oxford House
Sure.
Inc. would want to step
Because
in.
they would be misusing Oxford House, as the name and the chapter materials and all the guidance that are given them.
All right, thank you.
Councilwoman Raybold?
Just a couple more questions.
Sure.
So is there anyone that Oxford House would not accept because of a criminal background, or if they were a sex offender or something like that, who is a recovering alcoholic, or, I mean, are there standards that the neighbors would know about?
Sure. So the chapter votes them in. There's not a criminal background screening before they come in. And so they don't screen on that basis. So I guess just like Oxford House doesn't, if it's a sex offender and they're supposed to be registered, they've got to register, right? Just like Oxford House doesn't know if the person living 2 doors down from them is recovering, or has a criminal history or not, right? They'd have to register if they were a sex offender. If someone moved into an Oxford House, they would have that equal obligation, just like any other neighbor. But no, there's no criminal background screening for an Oxford House.
But if they were a sex offender, like you said, they have to register.
Sure.
But that would not preclude them from being sheltered in an Oxford
Being
chapter.
sheltered?
Well, sheltered in, like, people live.
Yeah, just like if a neighbor moved into their house, they would have to register, but,
Okay.
they'd have the right to move in there unless they did something inappropriate. So the short answer is no. They don't do a criminal background screening before someone comes in.
And then I just have one more question, because I read the language in the lease, and on page 5, they say that there's on-site support. And it says it on page 5, Oxford House, Inc. monitors the activities of each house in a number of ways, but I think it only listed one. It has on-site support by dedicated members of Alcoholics Anonymous and Narcotics Anonymous. And I'm guessing that reference is just to the members.
They have AA meetings and NA meetings, yes.
In the house itself.
Absolutely. It's a crucial part of it, yep.
Okay. And I think that's it.
Good. Any other questions from the council? I have just a couple. Any others? I have one for you.
Thank you so much.
I actually.
I'm
have just
sorry.
no,
I'm sorry.
You're fine. You're fine.
Councilwoman Ward, sorry.
No, it's good. So you mentioned regional directors from time to time stop in, and because there is no other oversight in the home.
Sure.
So where is Lincoln's regional director located, and how often would you?
Yeah, I
estimate they
believe
stop
that
in?
person is in Lincoln. I don't have their exact address. Don't know that I would
I was
want to share
looking-
that address here.
That's fine. I was looking for a city,
yeah.
not an address.
Okay,
So
very good.
I understand. How often would they stop in to check the home?
I don't know that there's a regular schedule that I could report, and I don't want to mislead the council in any way. It is, a lot of times the houses will contact them too for guidance and those kind of things. So, but it's a recurring sort of checkup.
All right, very good.
Okay.
Thank you. So what we'll do next is we'll have the proponents and opponents, and then you'll have an opportunity to close or rebut, as we would say.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. First, we'll take proponents, and just a reminder, everyone has 5 minutes for their testimony. So you can line up 2 at a time, 1 at each microphone. So any proponents in support of the Oxford home, please come forward. And 2 at a time would be helpful. We'll just keep it moving along. Please state your name and address for the record, and we'll just keep it moving. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jan Bain, and I am the owner of the residence at 1923 B Street, and I hope that you have been provided a copy of my letter that I did provide to the Planning Committee. My address is 7300 Martell Road, Hickman, Nebraska. And the letter, if you hadn't got a chance to read it, did outline how it came about, that I was interested in being an owner of an Oxford house. About 4 years ago, I had a nephew that was headed to med school, and some life events happened that he began self-medicating, and had resulted in him going through a treatment program and then followed by an Oxford house in Colorado. He still lives in an Oxford house today. So to answer your question, he is one of those that thrives in an Oxford house setting, and learning through his path. I learned a lot about the Oxford house, found it to be a good program in his sobriety, and I wanted to be a part of that. I initially reached out to the national level of Oxford House because I was looking at moving from my residence out in the country and looking to move back into the city area, and thought my house made a great Oxford house based on its square footage, number of bedrooms. I knew that they had to be responsible of taking care of a yard. Mine's actually an acreage. Thought there was a lot of where they could have meetings and stuff and have that privacy. When I reached out to them, they put me in contact with a regional manager, and that regional manager and I visited and learned that my house was not good for an Oxford house based on public transportation and enough jobs in the vicinity of my residence for them to be able to get access to, because one of the requirements is they have to hold down a job. So I said, well, I was still interested enough that I would like to start looking at properties that maybe we could find a home that I could establish as an Oxford house. We looked over a 2-month period at several residents in multiple neighborhoods of Lincoln. I had previously looked at this house because I do have a few other rental properties, just for the spirit of it was a neat house in the neighborhood where when I went to college I lived. And I went through the house, and at that time I couldn't see using this house for anything other than what it was previously being used as, which was college kids living there, 7 to 8 college kids, which, by the way, also violates this same code because they were not related, but there were no complaints made about that violation of the city zoning. And I would say there's several other of those in Lincoln that also aren't filing for a waiver of that rule of family. So again, I wasn't so aware of that when I knew I wanted to do an Oxford house. I learned about 2 months into that house hunting search that this house was still on the market and had just done a price drop. And right away I was like, oh my God, that would make an awesome Oxford house. So I quickly had my realtor and the regional manager go look at the house with me, and we all agreed that it was meeting the requirements of an Oxford house. We talked about some things that I would want to do to it, to upgrade electrical, plumbing, and some of those kind of things before having them occupy the house. And so we proceeded with that, and we signed a contract. They had to file for the charter. I think part of the delay also, I can't speak for the other Oxford houses. All I can speak for is mine. But part of that delay is also they have to have the house where they're going to live to file for this is the house. They also have to have the group of folks that are going to live in the house to know that they have enough to do the charter, or what that reasonable housing is going to look like. I think ours was a pretty reasonable timing from the point of me purchasing it.
1 minute.
Thank you. And for them to establish an Oxford house. If I had more knowledge at that point, I would have, probably tried to help persuade that we go timely that met the city's needs. I still feel very good about having an Oxford house. I have been in and out of the Oxford house many times, announced, unannounced. Just to share some things, it's got 5 bedrooms, 4 additional non-conforming bedrooms, so a total of 9, and the only reason those are non-conforming is the way your window opens is up and down versus out for escape, but it meets all of the city codes for them to still have folks sleeping in there. There's 4.5 bathrooms. I know at the planning meeting they talked about there only being 2 bathrooms, and we've made extra accommodations to make sure there was additional off-street parking to ensure any vehicle, those that did happen to have vehicles had parking, and we were not creating an additional street hazard. So I am really here to answer your questions.
Time.
Thank you very much. Questions? Councilwoman Washington?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Bain, thank you for coming forward this afternoon. I do have a couple of questions, because I've had a number of people, and myself included, have some concerns about life safety with numbers of people in houses. And I was curious, since you mentioned that you, after purchasing the house, upgraded electric and plumbing, and then you've just given us different numbers than what we had in the report about bedrooms and bathrooms. And so I wanted to know, I think the residential codes are that all sleeping areas need 2 ways to egress to get out, a door at a window or something like that, and that they need smoke alarms. Do you know if all of the sleeping areas in the house have
Yes,
those
they do
things?
have that. The area that would be considered the attic, because it's not a group home or commercial type establishment, it does not require the additional steps to vacate the attic level. When I spoke with the city, they told me as long as fire department could get to them through that window, that was all that was required.
Yeah, I'm just looking at residential, not commercial codes.
Right, yes.
Yeah,
So
they
it does
have-
meet.
They have smoke alarms.
It does have smoke alarms where necessary.
All right, thank you.
Councilwoman Raybold?
Just a couple of questions. Thank you, Ms. Bain, for coming and speaking. Were you aware that there were other Oxford houses within blocks of, or within?
So
like,
I did not know where those actually are located, but I did know there were other Oxford houses in Lincoln. When I learned that there were others in this neighborhood, and I know at the planning meeting it was asked, you know, why so many in this neighborhood? I can tell you a lot of it has to do with the size of house, square footage that you can get for a particular price. As I said in my letter, my rent is not based on the number of folks they put in the house. My rent is based on what I pay in a mortgage on the house, the upkeep of the house, and I determine that rent. And then that is the fair housing when they put whatever number they put in there based on the bedrooms, what they end up having for a rent. Because some of these folks still maintain a house that they hopefully plan to go back to. They have families, and you know, they've made some bad life decisions that now have them going through a treatment, ending up in an Oxford house, and they may have a mortgage on top of paying rent at this Oxford house until they can get back to their family.
So do you feel comfortable, based on the lease language that you signed, that you will be receiving the rent that was established?
I get it 5 days usually in advance. They're so good.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions for this testifier? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, and if there's any other questions after you hear opponents, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you. Next testifier.
Hello, my name is Scott Sexton, grateful recovering alcoholic, 1806 D Street. I had a whole thing written here I was going to say, but you know, in November of 2020, I had just left the hospital after a stay that extended into weeks, not days. Well, I detoxed from alcohol. I was penniless, homeless, unemployable, and really rock bottom. I'd already been at the mission. I'd been through treatment. And really it looked like death was my next option. Through amazing love and support of my family, I was able to secure a bed in an Oxford house. I was 46 years old, and I shared a bedroom with a 43-year-old man, and I lived in a home with 10 other guys. And it was the happiest I've ever been. In the last 20 months and 26 days, I've secured employment, I've purchased a vehicle, I moved out of the Oxford house, first with other gentlemen from the Oxford house to continue my sober living with support. I now have a beautiful 2-bedroom apartment 4 blocks away from the Oxford house where I lived, because I love the near South neighborhood. The people, the energy, the sense of community and neighborhood. I've moved out of Lincoln a few times. The city's always brought me back. I've lived all over this town, and near South has always brought me back. To see myself and my brothers in my Oxford house grow as members of the community, in recovery, with their families, as she just mentioned, has been one of the greatest privileges of my life. And I scrapped this because there was a few things mentioned that I wanted to address. You, Councilwoman Raybould, you discussed the Oxford as a financial incentive or profitability. Any funds from our Oxford house, the rent paid by the tenants, by the client, not clients, the residents, anything above and beyond rent or bills, we use to improve our house. We buy furniture. We have grill outs. We invite the other Oxford houses over. That money stays in the house. There is a system of checks and balances so that not one person controls the funds. I was the treasurer for 6 months. We had 2 other check signers who were definitely not me. We have, as mentioned before, the democratic process. Officers in the House are elected, the president, the secretary, the treasurer, and the coordinator who handles chores and house upkeep. Through this program, I was able to relearn the tools that I'd lost through my addiction, general life skills. I make my bed every day now. For 45 years, my mom tried to get me to make my bed. I never did it once. I make my bed, I iron my clothes, I fold my laundry, same thing, sorry. I do my own hair. I mean, you know, I think I'm doing all right for myself. But believe me when I tell you that none of this would be possible without the Oxford House and the community that it built for me. One of my brothers, who actually got me the job that I have now, is now the regional manager for my company. He manages 18 franchises that do over $30 million a year in business. Another one of my coworkers, another one of my brothers from my house, after struggling for years of 2-month jobs and then 2-month relapses, has now maintained employment for nearly 18 months. He's the lead salesman for his company. He's been promoted twice in the year that he's been on the regular sales force. He's now managing a team of over 20 people, doing, I wouldn't even know how much business nationwide.
1 minute.
That's all I have to say about that. If anybody has any questions about the day-to-day for a resident of the Oxford House, I'd love to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Sexton. Chairman or Councilman Beckius.
Thank you, Scott, for coming down. We surely appreciate it. You know, a lot of the feedback that I've gotten from neighbors has been actually directly related to that sort of day-to-day living and what that might look like. Can you describe your experiences living in an Oxford house and what that day-to-day living looks like from a, for example, a neighbor's perspective?
From a neighbor's perspective, what you probably see is a lot of introverted, uncomfortable people who look a little lost and confused at where they are in their lives. I smoked cigarettes. I would stand out on my porch and smoke, and I would see my neighbor out there smoking on her porch, and it took me 3 months to even say hi to her because of the shame and the embarrassment of the position that I had put myself in my life. However, once I got over that, we became friends. Myself and other members of our house often made food for her. She made food for us. We keep our lawns tidy. The Oxford house that I lived in was in the 20th and A Street area. So there's shooter bottles, cans, general garbage throughout the neighborhood. Every day I would see members of my house coming from the bus stop or coming up from their cars, picking something up off the lawn. We're contributing members of society. When you live in the Oxford house, you're required to have a job, a full-time job. If you don't, at least in my house, if you don't, then you're required to volunteer 20 hours a week. There were people who not only maintained jobs, but also volunteered at Matt Talbot, at FoodNet, through their churches, a variety of things. But as far as the neighbor goes, it's much like a house of college students. You know, we go to work, different schedules. There's no partying at our house. We have curfew during the week, depending on the house or depending on what the guidelines of the charter are. It's 10 or 11 o'clock at night. On the weekends, it's midnight or 1, I think. So there's no late night extracurriculars. We're just a group of guys living in a house trying to take that next step in our journey.
And could you also discuss, we've heard testimony already, but I think for a lot of folks, it's difficult to, it can be difficult to have an understanding as it appears other folks have, that this is a family unit living situation. Can you speak to that at all? Because I know that there's definitely a difficulty in understanding that definition, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. For many of us in addiction and in recovery, our behaviors have pushed our families and our friends to their limits. And for their own protection and their own well-being, they can no longer be a part of our lives. As a result, it's a very lonely island to be on. Living in this group setting provides you with people who have shared experiences. One of the great things about the Oxford House, I believe you asked about a new group of residents moving in every 7 to 9 months. That's not how it works. The house that I moved into, there was a gentleman who'd been there for over 3 years, another guy who was there for 2 years, a couple more around 18 months, a handful of 6 to 9 months, and then a few newbies. As a newbie, you rely on the experience and strength and hope of those people who've been through it and are now living successfully. They provide guidance to you on the day-to-day basis. They help you handle situations that when they previously arose, they may lead you to use drugs or alcohol. But they help you with the coping skills that you've learned. Most of us have gone through treatment at least once, some of us many times. But you learn tools to help deal with those situations. But learning tools in theory versus having the support to implement them in practice are two entirely different things. So your brothers in the house, they help you apply those lessons that you've learned from their mistakes. One of my best friends in the house, he had over a year of sobriety. This was before I knew him, and then he relapsed, and he was gone for 6 months. Came back to the Oxford House. He now has almost 3 years. And I leaned on him so heavily during my first 4 months at the Oxford House, until I finally felt myself with the strength to reach out to somebody new who had moved in and try to help them take those steps to make those improvements. So it really is a family, and by having that kind of support network, it has allowed me to reconnect with my blood family, but these are brothers that I'll have for the rest of my life. As many in as great a regard as any blood family member that I have.
Thank you, Scott. I appreciate that, and that's the end of the questions I have. I just wanted to say congratulations.
Thank you.
Other questions? Councilman Bowers.
I just want to say same thing. Congratulations on your recovery, and thank you for coming out and sharing your story publicly like that. It's not an easy thing to do, and you should be very proud of yourself.
It's a lot easier than the life I was living before.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Madam
Thank
Chair.
you. Next testifiers, come on up. If we could have 2 at a time, that would be great. We'll keep moving through. Please go ahead.
I'm Delonte Clark Brown. I live at 1220 South 20th Street. I was also, I actually lived with Scott at Oxford House on 1900 A Street. I moved in there, I think, May 5th of last year, 2021, and I stayed there for about 6 or 7 months. I just came to, I guess, give the perspective of somebody who very much loves the Near South neighborhood and has been very involved in the community, getting to know neighbors, helping out with projects, helping with lots of different things, or what have you, and just came to speak about Oxford House, as Scott said, a brotherhood, and I mean, I don't mean to make it sound like some fraternity, but in a lot of ways it is, and I wanted to emphasize that this isn't a a halfway house. These are people who came to Oxford House because they wanted sobriety, and you're not court ordered to be there. You're not mandated. I had nowhere to go. I had been a burden to my friends and family for years before that. I had struggled with alcoholism since I was 16, and in a very, very bad way, and hospitalized several times. I'd been to treatment. I guess this last time was my second time out before it really stuck, and I lend almost all of my success to both the treatment and Oxford afterward, and gaining those friendships. Scott, he's one of my best friends still to this day. There are several others who I know. Our house was a very strong house. Most of us still have our sobriety, which, if you know anything about recovery, is not usual. Going just to AA or just going to treatment doesn't have high statistics as far as recidivism and staying sober. So I think there's something to having people to lean on, and more than anything, doing it for yourself. The life that we lived beforehand, we didn't have much autonomy. We were vagrants living on and by other people's resources and money, or getting by with lies or whatever we needed. But the Oxford House gave us our own choices, our own agency, and I think a lot of that, when you're worried about people taking advantage of certain things or whatever, this I just want it to be understood that this, for anybody in the Oxford House, is not only just like affordable housing and a place to stay, but a chance for redemption where they didn't have it before. And people take the responsibilities within the houses very seriously. It's democratically run, like you said. I was my house's comptroller. I took it seriously, just as anybody else in my house did with their positions. Also, I did want to address, I can't remember which council member asked about testing. We do test at Oxford House. It is not a requisite that you get tested. It is a requisite after suspicion. So if you, like the representative of Oxford mentioned, it's hard to fool other addicts, and so
1 minute.
If you come into the house and people suspect you, then we will move along with testing. If you fail, we have a house meeting and you will immediately be voted out. That's just how it works. But all of the people I lived with and many of the people I know in other houses have found success, many in the Near South neighborhood, and have gotten involved. I was unemployable. I had no job. I had no home. I now have had a job for a year and a half, have been sober for a year and a half. I manage 35 people at the company that I work at, have been promoted, which is something that I could never have dreamed of beforehand. And that story is the same for many of the people that I lived with and still call very dear friends. And that's all I had. I'm here to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. Questions? Thank you.
I just want to.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilman Bowers.
Again, I just want to say the same thing that I said earlier. Congratulations on your recovery, and that takes a lot of strength to come and share your story. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next testifier, please.
Hello. My name is Chelsea Aikenberger, and I live at 1716 B Street. I also have my master's and bachelor's in social work, and I've been sober for 1 year and 9 months. As a neighbor to the Oxford House and a resident of this city who knows the value of affordable, supportive living, I'm asking you to approve this reasonable accommodation for 14 individuals to live in a sober community at 1923 B Street. I'm concerned by the rhetoric I hear from my neighborhood and around the city that boil down individuals living in Oxford homes to labels such as felons and addicts. These individuals are complex and have many identities, just like the rest of us. Those identities include neighbors, family members, friends, acquaintances, coworkers, and they are members of our community. Above all else, these individuals are human beings and they are asking for your help in recovery. I ask that you not give in to fear. I ask that you see this as a step in transforming Lincoln into a more inclusive community. Lincoln is in a housing crisis, and we can't build our way out of it. We need creative, adaptable, affordable housing solutions for all Lincoln residents. Basic affordable housing is fundamentally necessary for any individual to achieve personal goals and ultimately to thrive. We need housing options that empower individuals in their recovery, and we must welcome them as vital members in our community. As a neighbor to the Oxford home the Oxford home poses no undue burden to me or to my neighborhood. If an issue does arise, I hope that we as neighbors can handle it together through conversation, creativity, and connection. We have so much to gain, and by embracing wellness opportunities such as this Oxford home, we only lose our assumptions and our fear. I believe another world is possible where everyone's basic needs are met and our wellness is prioritized. For that to become a reality, we need everyone to be part of it. As City Council members, please do your part in welcoming and empowering these individuals in our community by approving this reasonable accommodation for a sober living family at 1923 B Street. Please support Healing for a Stronger Lincoln, a Lincoln that prioritizes people over property. Thank you.
Thank you, Chelsea. Questions for Ms. Eggenberger? All right, seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next testifier, please.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Allie Christensen, and I'm a community organizer at Civic Nebraska, located at 530 South 13th Street. I'm here today on behalf of Collective Impact Lincoln, which is a partnership between Civic Nebraska and Nebraska Appleseed. Together, we support resident-led change in 6 core neighborhoods in Lincoln and take action on policy that is responsive to our neighbors' needs. We're here today to ask that you vote in support of this reasonable accommodation request by Oxford House Lioncrest. As a community organizer, I get to work alongside residents of Everett and Near South neighborhoods to advocate for the change that they want to see, with safe and affordable housing at the center. And as a resident and renter in the Everett neighborhood, I've seen firsthand the beauty of being welcomed to the neighborhood, and I hope that I can do the same for new residents at Oxford House. As an organizer and a neighbor, I'm really thankful for this opportunity to share with you why it's necessary and beneficial to our community to approve this reasonable accommodation request. First and foremost, this reasonable accommodation request has been recommended by the Planning Commission and Planning Department. According to the Planning Commission, or the Lincoln Lancaster County Planning Commission staff report on page 1, the Fair Housing Act requires city make reasonable accommodations to the zoning code when the requested accommodation will ensure equal opportunity to individuals with disabilities to live in the neighborhood they choose. Requests for accommodation are not reasonable when the accommodation imposes on city an undue financial or administrative burden. The applicant has demonstrated that it is entitled to a reasonable accommodation under the Fair Housing Act, and city has not at this time identified evidence that the accommodation is unreasonable. The reports put together by the Planning Commission and Planning Department clearly illustrate why this reasonable accommodation request should be permitted. And I'm disappointed that these previous hearings have fostered a platform to debate the character of the folks living at Oxford House. The stigma against mental health and substance abuse disorders already limits access to housing because a landlord can deny a tenant housing just because of a drug conviction. On top of other forms of housing discrimination, which I know y'all have heard us talk about before, this is part of a larger housing access issue. For folks in recovery, there are simply far too few places for them to go. One of the foundational steps we can take as a city to expand access to affordable and safe housing is to welcome good housing providers. When we have a housing provider like Oxford House who not only doesn't engage in this discrimination, but welcomes folks in recovery and provides resident-led avenues for them to lift themselves up communally and heal. We as a city can't just say no and turn those folks away. Certainly not because of concerns rooted in classism or racism by a slim minority of homeowners in a majority rental neighborhood. We as a city are better than that. So I urge you, on behalf of Collective Impact Lincoln, to vote in support of this reasonable accommodation request as recommended by the Planning Commission and Planning Department, and as it furthers our city's efforts to improve access to housing. And I have here with me, I have a map. I have one for each of you if you'd like. Just to make sense of the percentage of rentals, Near South neighborhood is made up of 4 census tracts. And so I made a map that overlays the census tracts where they intersect with the neighborhood. So you can see that the census tract, or the part of the neighborhood that 1923 B Street is in, is 85% renter occupied. The one 2 blocks west is 96% renter occupied.
Turn that up.
Oh, of course. Sorry, this is upside down. And so the majority of these census tracts included are majority renter. And so I just brought this here with you to make sense of the numbers being shared today. And this data is taken from the 2020 American Community Survey 5-year estimate. And I'm here if you have any questions too.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Christensen? Oh, she's here.
Yeah,
Great.
of course.
Councilwoman Washington.
Ms. Christensen, thank you for coming down. You've mentioned a couple of times about affordable housing and Oxford House, and I was just curious, where do you see that the Oxford House provides a benefit in affordable housing, and how does it perhaps negatively affect affordable housing?
Right, that's a good question. Thank you for asking that, Councilperson Washington. I heard actually from my neighbor Jess, and I know she can speak later, but just from reports of folks currently living in the Oxford House that the rent is $500 a month, which is quite affordable. The area median income for at least the census tracts that I am most familiar with, which are 20.01 and 20.02, or 20.01, this one, is about $24,000 a year, and so 500 is well under a third of somebody's monthly income. And so having, that's one, that this is actually affordable housing for folks living currently in the neighborhood, and having varied forms of housing is in line with the comprehensive plan. So having, I know others who are experts in this can share more, and I would defer to the Planning Commission and Planning Department who have recommended this. But my understanding is that having this just first is really beneficial because it gives folks a place to live who otherwise would be turned away from other housing providers and who would likely have to pay more rent in the neighborhood since rent has been going up for many neighbors.
And do you know if that's $500 per person or $500 for the entire house for the month?
Per person.
Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Seeing none, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Next testifier.
Hello again. My name is Jess Giesecke. I live at 1200 South 20th Street. I've lived on the same block for just over 2 decades, and I'm around the corner from Oxford House Lioncrest at 1923 B Street. Once again, I come before you in support of reasonable accommodations for the people living in this home. In my previous testimony, I mentioned that people do not get well unless they have safe, affordable, and supportive accommodations. Oxford House Lioncrest actually provides these things for people so that they can get well. Oxford House Lioncrest also comfortably accommodates the people that reside there. While the city and local agencies are spending millions of dollars to address issues pertaining to affordable housing, these residents are working, paying their own living expenses, supporting each other in the same way that a family should. And they're also creating the type of environment that fosters personal growth and sets their peers up for successfully overcoming the obstacles that they have faced. I also mentioned that prior to the last public hearing, I had gone over to meet my new neighbors. I've since had the opportunity to get to know them a little better. Last week, I brought them through some perennials, a few truckloads of mulch, and the guys and I spent a whole afternoon beautifying the landscape and planting a flower garden. I helped with the design and layout, but the gentlemen were the ones who enthusiastically were moving rocks, digging holes, planting and mulching and adding landscape lighting. They're very proud of their work, and the place looks fantastic. And now I have a much clearer picture of just how well this household works together to maintain their home and support each other in sobriety. Over the last couple weeks, I've also learned a few other things about the Near South neighborhood. Census tracts. The Near South actually includes a couple different census tracts, and it's important to look at this data when addressing housing and zoning issues. 1923 B Street lies within Census Tract 17, Block Group 1. Our census tract includes, give or take, 2,938 housing units, of which 85% are rent or occupied. 80% of the structures are multifamily dwellings. 1923 B Street is a single-family dwelling, which, for tax purposes, is valued at $405,000. The median value for an owner-occupied home in that block group is $294,000. 89% of the homes located within Block Group 1 are valued below $400,000, with 37% of the homes in this block group valued between $300,000 and $400,000. This means that for real estate values and property tax purposes, 1923 B Street as a single-family rental compares to owner-occupied homes within the top 11%, which are valued above $400,000. This means that the owner pays a substantial amount in property taxes, while the occupants renting this stately home have access to affordable housing. It's worth noting that many similarly sized homes converted to multifamily dwellings, such as my own, within the same block group have lower property valuations, but residents living in them pay more in rents. This is important to consider in a census tract where 35% of the people live at or below the poverty line, and an even higher percentage struggle to afford housing. 1923 B Street is a unique situation in that it provides higher tax revenue for the city, but also affordable accommodations for the people living there. I also believe it's important to mention that 74% of the workers in my census tract drive alone to their jobs. While some of the residents at 1923 B Street drive vehicles, they are more likely to fall within the 9% that carpool, 5% that walk, 5% that bike, and the 4% that take public transportation or other modes of transportation. I believe lowering our dependence on cars falls neatly into the mayor's climate action plan and reduces the number of vehicles parked on the street.
1 minute.
There's a lot of interesting data for the Census Tract 17, which you're welcome to take a look at, but my point is I don't believe that granting reasonable accommodations for 1923 B Street will create any sort of burden for our city, our taxpayers, or the Census Tract. In fact, I feel that this type of housing is an asset to my neighborhood and falls right in line with the goal of preserving the uniqueness of our urban neighborhoods, which is outlined in our 2050 comprehensive plan. The group of people fits right into the diverse community, which is the Near South. I see no reason that this Oxford home and similar living arrangements can't be seamlessly woven into the fabric of our neighborhood. So I'm asking you today for your vote in favor of granting reasonable accommodations for my neighbors. As a resident of the Near South, I'm happy to answer any questions that the council might have for me. And does anybody have any questions?
Questions from the council?
No questions.
All right, seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
All right, next testifier, please.
My name is Saul Giesecke. I'm a longtime resident of the neighborhood, not quite as long as my wife, but like 17 years I've lived there, and about 22 years I've been a regular. I'm in support of the Oxford House for A handful of reasons. This is going to be pretty quick. I think that you should have the right to choose the area of town that you live in, and that you should be able to choose an area of town that fits your personal needs. As a person who rides his bike nearly every day, I've always purposely chosen to live within about 2 miles of the downtown area. It gave me access to buses for years that I used, and it's a pretty quick ride to just about anywhere that I need to go to. I don't believe that a person's background or economic status should be detrimental to them being able to live in the area that best suits their needs. And I do think that backgrounds can impact affordable housing pretty heavily, because if you have maybe a spotty work history or a criminal record, that just increases the difficulty in you finding a place in your price range. I respect a person's right to privacy. It's not really any of my business what their background is, and I don't plan on asking any of them. I didn't have to take an interview when I moved into the neighborhood, and I'm assuming nobody else did either. I defer to the Oxford House. I'm sorry, I don't know if it's an association or a company or whatever, as to whether or not this is the sort of living environment that works for somebody, because they do have decades of experience in it. And regardless of whether or not maybe they're doing one or another thing that some people might question, they've got decades of experience and they know what they're doing and they know what will work best for the people that they're trying to help. I do also want to point out that, like I think somebody else mentioned, just because we have a rule that says no more than 3 unrelated people in a house doesn't mean that anybody actually sticks to that. Right about the same time that law passed here in Lincoln, I was living with in between 4 and 6 roommates. None of us were related. 3 of us were on the lease, and we did that for a couple of years, and nobody ever made any complaints about it. I'm sure we were not alone. I'm sure that sort of thing happens all the time. So that's really about it. I hope that you'll grant the accommodation, and that's all I have.
Thank you very much. Questions for the testifier? All right, thank you. Please come up. Come up. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Amanda Gott. I live at 1901 B Street. And 1901 B Street is 2 doors down from Oxford House Lioncrest, and I'm here to tell you that the residents of the house are very good neighbors. I can see what's going on at the house. I hear what's going on at the house. I have a patio in my backyard, and my husband and children and I like to eat on our patio a lot. We eat mini dinners on our patio, and we can see and hear the backyard of Oxford House quite clearly, and we don't see or hear anything going on that is concerning. I'm a pretty nosy neighbor too, so I'm looking. I'm like, what's going on? And I don't see or hear anything that is concerning. Likewise, the residents of Oxford House Lioncrest, they hang out on the porch. I don't see or hear anything that worries me. I am not concerned or worried about letting my children play in the yard or walk up and down the block or ride their bikes up and down the block. If you come to the neighborhood, you'll see my kids out. They're those kids that are out riding their bikes up and down the block. And I'm not worried about letting them walk past or ride past the Oxford House. Ooh. I'm not afraid to walk past the Oxford House. The gentlemen that live there seem nice. I say hi. They say hi. They're neighbors. The house looks great. The property looks wonderful. Thank you, Jess, for your help with that. I also want to point out that it has been mentioned before that the previous residents were students. And I am surprised that all of a sudden there's so much concern about who's living in the house, because when the students lived there, there were loud parties and drinking all the time. and people coming over and crowding the yard and the lawn and having loud drinking parties. The police were called on more than one occasion. The neighbors were not up in arms. Each of the students that lived in the house had their own vehicle. Parking is much easier on B Street now that the Oxford House is there. So I'm a little bit perplexed as to why all of a sudden there's so much concern around this. I am happy with the change from students living there to the Oxford House residents living there. My husband is in agreement, and we're very happy that with our entire family, we have these new neighbors. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Any questions? Comments? All right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Serena Freet. I live in the Near South neighborhood. I'm here to ask for your support in providing this reasonable accommodation for the Oxford House Lioncrest. I wanted to just say, it's been brought up how much the neighborhood is renters, right? And I think it's significant to know that as we prepare to hear the other side of this issue, coming from a neighborhood association made up of homeowners, which are in fact the minority in this neighborhood. And the concerns that they have around the Oxford House and the necessity to means test people as they work through sobriety is a problem, right? Everybody deserves a safe and sober place to live and feel supported.
It's okay. You could take your time.
And I ask that you do that for this. I'm happy they're in my neighborhood. I ask that more Oxford houses, I hope more Oxford houses find their way in other communities, in not just the Near South neighborhood, but all over our town, because we need them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next testifier, please.
Jason Ebels, 1200 South 23rd Street. Going to speak in support of this as well. Pretty much everything has been said that I could imagine. When I was here last, I talked a little bit about how this is an ongoing public health issue that we have. And historically, as a society, we treat that with criminalization and with punishment. And we have spent for decades endlessly on cops and judges and jails and prisons. We've got parole and probation, electronic monitoring, problem-solving courts, building mental health wards in prisons and jails, but not out in the community to help people. And again, we've got a dozen or so people that want to live together and try to help themselves because nobody else will. And I'm wondering what other alternatives we have for those folks that don't put someone in a cage. As you will hear from the testimony of those against, we can't even let them live in a neighborhood that's almost 80% renter. Where are they supposed to go? What are they supposed to do? What else are we going to do for them? It's a very, very small ask. That's about all I have to say. You're going to hear from a few folks that are against this. I think the Neighborhood Association has about 100 dues-paying members. I think there's 25 people on the board. And I can't remember, I think there's 18 signatures or something they had opposing this when they were here last. So just keep that in mind when we talk about the neighborhood that almost 11,000 people live in, who and what we're talking about.
Thank you. Any questions for Jason? Any questions, comments? All right. Thank you again for being back today. All right. We will now, after council, are you good? Or do you want to take a break? Or we can finish this? Or do you want to?
Do a break.
Can we see how many people are going to speak in opposition?
Yes. We've been asked if you were speaking in opposition, would you please raise your hand? Okay. I'm need a break. Okay. Why don't we take a 10-minute break, and we'll take the next testifiers at 10 after 5, which is a little bit more than a 10-minute break, and we'll reconvene at 5:10, please. Thank you. Lincoln City Council. Madam Clerk, if you could, thank you, catch us up.
Okay. We are still under Section 5, Public Hearing Resolutions on item 5A, continuing public hearing. Any of those that are opposing testimony, please step forward and testify. We do have 2 microphones available, so if 2 can come up at a time, that would be greatly appreciated. And as a reminder, also, if you can please state your name and address, that would be great, or if not, sign in on the sign-in sheet.
Good afternoon, almost evening. Thank you for your time. Kathy Wilkin, 1942 A Street, Near South resident and member of the Near South Neighborhood Association. First and foremost, I want to thank and support those who had the courage to step forward and tell their stories. This is nothing against what they have gone through, and alcoholism and drug addiction runs through my family like a racehorse. And so I absolutely understand the death and destruction that can warrant. But today, I just wish to address that the City Council, you have the power to change the course of the Near South neighborhood with your vote and the decision that you make. And in many ways, the course has already been changed, and this is what we'll address today. And so I do wish to just make a couple of statements. You received a letter dated August 11th from Carmen Maurer, 1929 C Street. And she could not be here today and granted me permission to put just a few points on the public record. So thank you so much. Because of the precedent you set for the whole city, we ask that you delay your decision and confer with your counterparts in other cities where reasonable approaches to the Oxford model have emerged. We ask that you delay your decision until you've had time to consider how this process can be conducted pre-occupancy instead of granting Oxford House and its like the ability to craft its own zoning law, base the process upon evidence supporting the best interests of the disabled residents, the community, and the land use plans you've approved, and not on the size of the property and potential owner-operator revenue. Delay your decision until you've conducted a careful and strategic assessment of the city's definition of family and group home. Is a 7 to 9 month shared rental arrangement equivalent to family? Let the term reasonable have meaning when used in the law. The federal government this summer authorized state and local government to define how and for whom a family is created. The implications of this new ruling are far-reaching. It would seem you now have much greater authority to define family than you did a few months ago. Please consider this and take advantage of your newly granted power. We ask that you delay your decision until you're assured that the process the city uses to determine reasonable accommodation is legally sound and followed. While your established process requires evidentiary documentation to support these kinds of accommodation determinations, when we've inquired, we're unable to confirm the necessary documentation was obtained by the city. Specific health inquiries are confidential, but we've received no assurances that the city sought any information supporting the nature of the residents' disabilities, or if the requested waiver addressed the needs and best interests of the disabilities. How is the necessary documentation and accommodation secured as the Oxford renters continually join and leave the group? Please delay your decision until you've incorporated reasonable steps to ensure the Oxford residents present no danger to themselves or the other residents or the neighborhood. Evaluate and incorporate measures to address the impact of any zoning waiver on neighborhood parking and our infrastructure. We estimate that over 30% of the residents in one relevant block live in 2 nearly adjacent Oxford houses. Create and store accurate data related to group homes and Oxford House type facilities. It's been a struggle for us to collect information, taking many hours away from homework and family. Valuable neighborhood initiatives have gone on the back burner, and time has been diverted to this matter. Our sense is that not adequate and reliable data necessary to support legal compliance and enforcement does not now exist. 50 years ago, our neighborhood association was formed to address population density and impact on infrastructure, zoning regulations, and diminished quality of the housing stock.
1 minute.
Thank you. We are asking you to be our champion in this regard. We know Lincoln can do better than the Oxford House proposes in that model. We know others have accomplished it, and we look to you to help us through this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions? Right all for Kathy? All right. Thank you very much. Next testifier, please.
Hello, I'm Deb Cosgrove. I live at 1900 C Street. I am a member of the Near South Neighborhood Association Board. However, I am here as an individual and as a neighbor. I've got prepared remarks, but I would like first to respond to comments that have been made here before. I've been listening carefully. I wanted to point out that Attorney Scott Moore, in his testimony, referenced the home as a group home, for which there are very clear guidelines as to spacing and as to requirements to register with the city. He also stated that the only reason he is here in support of 1923 B Street and has not asked for nor represented any of the other Oxford houses is because the Oxford House only makes requests for accommodation when the neighbors demand it. He's also requested reasonable accommodation. He equated reasonable accommodation request and compliance to applying for a liquor license. However, I would argue that if a bar owner served liquor before applying for and receiving the license, they would be shut down, as opposed to the Oxford House model, which says let's establish the house, and then if the neighbors or the government demands, then we'll apply for accommodation to comply with the local law. I am unclear responding to my neighbor Saul's comment about since no one abides by the family determination, why should this house be different? My response would be since since some people do not abide by the speed limits, should we abolish the speed limits? The reasoning does not follow. I'm also unclear as to why the men and women can only recover when they're labeled as family. Why can't they recover if they were considered part of transitional living or part of a group home? And the only conclusion I have come to in my limited knowledge so far is the reason they call themselves a family is specifically to avoid and evade the local zoning restrictions. When they ask for reasonable accommodation, it seems to be what they're asking for is simply a waiver of all accommodations, of all zoning requirements. And I would argue that instead, reasonable accommodation might look like requiring them to comply with spacing restrictions for group homes and transitional living, and following the Section 8 housing requirements and the Keating memo, which identify that there should be 2 people per bedroom, per legal bedroom, regardless of the way the windows open. There was also comment here that the Oxford House is not a corporation. They are a not-for-profit entity. However, the people or the owners of the Oxford House homes themselves are in fact primarily corporations. They are LLCs. They are operating a commercial enterprise in the neighborhood without any such allowance to do that. I understand there may be altruistic reasons for that, but I also understand at $500 rent per month, that's $7,000. And that sounds like it's a nice investment amount. I would be happy with that amount. I don't think I'd quit my day job, but I might. I would argue that, well, not argue is a bad word. I have no problem with the people that live there, with the concept of affordable housing. I love the Near South because we have all of those things. And I am friends with many of the people that live in the apartments around me. I am surrounded by apartments. I socialize with them. I've had them to my house. I go to their homes. But I fail to see how this is equated to being woven into the fabric of the neighborhood. The people that have rented, thank you, the people that I know that are renters have been in the neighborhood for a very long period of time, many for decades that they've rented, and they choose to do that for whatever reason, as opposed to neighbors who are in the homes for sometimes very short terms, even less than the term they would have to live if they were actually renting a home and signing a lease agreement for a year. And so the in and out, there was council not too long ago about Airbnb and restrictions on that. While this certainly is longer term than that, I would argue that some of the same concept applies there.
Thank you. Yes, any questions for Deb? Any comments? Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next testifier, please.
All right, Raina Engelhard, 1909 Washington Street. So I just want to point out that I didn't hear anyone call anyone a felon at the last hearing. No one called Lincoln Skid Row. No one said Oxford brings crime. They just brought up existing crime in the neighborhood that might not be beneficial. Planning originally voted against the accommodation, but then was reminded of the threat of litigation and voted for it once they had their additional missing member. I'm on the Near South board, but I'm not representing them. I'm a renter. So that's a correction there. Concentration of these dwellings and neighborhood character is an entirely different issue than ADA. Oxford knows what they're doing by framing it so they can just say you denied them reasonable accommodations despite maybe having a larger reason. So what about the people who are on, what about the others who are waiting for Section 8? They're on the Section 8 waiting list or are ineligible. This takes away homeownership opportunities, also known as access to wealth and equity for those who can't outbid Oxford, and we buy houses for cash, property management companies and LLCs, an issue specifically ailing Near South, the most diverse neighborhood. Oxford has many modest homes in their directory. Affordable housing isn't just renting and paying someone else's mortgage and lining their pockets. A friend of mine did actually bid on 1923B and was outbid because the home wasn't going to be a business for her. You have to be making money to want to open something like this. Hemisphere Building Co., which is Richton Park, observed that the FHA bars discrimination against handicapped people by reason of their handicap rather than by what they have in common with others, such as limited money to spend on housing. Anyone would benefit from rent split 15 ways, so what about them? There are going to be 10 to 14 men in 27th and Washington's new Michael house. We're talking 2 bathrooms. Context is important, so for me it's not really about this one house, it's about what you paved the way for. Neighbors report that the Washington Michael house residents currently sleep on the main floor or in the basement where there are no designated bedrooms because the second floor is too hot and has 1 supplemental air conditioner. You can go look for yourself. How can people call that supportive, safe, or affordable housing? A neighbor had to take the man at the house to another house because he was dropped off at the wrong one and had no ride. $700 a month there for a bed that's not guaranteed. Perhaps one in a hot sunroom. That's what you may open the door for. The entire house I rent is $775 a block from 1900A on Washington Street. $500 for a bed at Oxford. If AA is coming into the house, that is treatment. That fits the definition of a group home. Why are they against this definition and oversight? That would be a simple solution. A college student could theoretically benefit from living with other college students and be motivated for school, especially if it means cheap rent to pay for school. Families aren't just men. Why can Oxford claim 80% of their residents stay sober? Maribel Cruz of the Planning Commission said that's unrealistic. And a study by the Journal of Substance Abuse Treatment in February 2011 actually attributes Oxford's recovery rate to being in a 12-step program. Does Oxford operate first and ask later because they know if they asked every time it would burden the city? When does proliferation of communal dwellings come into play? How can the city claim they're not burdened when uplink rarely gets addressed? Not boarded up Smoker's Corner, not the house that was spared feet from the house that burned next to it on 20th and Sumner. At the planning meeting, why was the no Oxford vandalism blamed on Near South preservationists by the Oxford lawyer and not a possible disgruntled former resident, as there are 6 other Oxford houses in the neighborhood, half of the city's total? And then in Oxford House Inc. versus City of Wilmington, Oxford's attorney avoided questions and deflected citizen comments concerning their understanding of Oxford House residents' costs in light of otherwise very modest property values in the neighborhood. The only thing preventing people from benefiting from these modest selling prices is being outbid by property management companies, LLCs, and Oxford-like entities. So again, affordable housing isn't just renting. And why was the homeowner not told by Oxford what was happening with the planning hearing? Why was a lawyer who never visited the home sent to address something that is supposed to be specific?
1 minute.
If you're allowing more density, which is great for the environment, what are you going to do about the litter, the abundant litter in your south? And then when will the city step in to further prioritize owner-occupied as affordable housing? What was the point of those tax credits and blight designations on Goodhue Boulevard if they haven't rendered any real results? And then does 1923 B Street have commercial liability insurance or homeowners insurance? That would answer the commercialism issue. And then again, why are they so resistant to just being called a group home, as that would seem like a very simple solution to all of this? That's really all I got.
Thank you very much. Any questions for our testifier? All right, thank you again. Thank you, Shelley.
Yes, my name is Shelley Stahl, and I live at 1954 A Street, and I've been a resident in the Near South since 1989. And I really believe that the real issue here is density. It's not about discriminating against disabled people. I support group homes of people coping with disability, substance abuse disorder, but I do not support Oxford House Incorporated repeatedly flaunting zoning laws protecting our two neighborhoods from density in terms of population, parking, traffic, and noise. I want to make just 3 points here if I can. First, Oxford House operates as a group home. Lincoln's ordinance defines a group home as 3 to 15 people, quote, receiving therapy or counseling but not nursing care, end of quote. Oxford House asserts that it's not a group home because therapy or counseling is not provided on the premises and is not mandatory. But the truth is, Oxford House residents have recently completed substance abuse treatment and attend AA or NA or some other form of support and therapy in order to maintain sobriety. Residents do receive counseling and therapy, even if it's not provided by Oxford House. And that's what the group home statute requires, and that's what I think Oxford House is. I think that they operate as a group home. Oxford House characterizes their model as a family, but the most important aspects of Oxford House suggest a group home rather than what most people think of as a family. For example, residents must all be adults. They must all be of one gender that live in the house. They must maintain sobriety upon threat of eviction. Residents share some expenses, but they do buy and cook their own food. Residents stay an average of 7.1 months in Nebraska and 9.1 months nationally. And no matter what you want to say about family, it is a transitory population. The owner of the property does not live on the premises and sometimes does not even live in Lincoln. Oxford likes to keep the number of residents at 12 to 14 people for reasons that seem less about a therapeutic environment and more about profit to the owner. The second point, local jurisdictions can legally impose a spacing requirement on the location of group homes for persons with disabilities. There's a 2016 joint statement by HUD and the DOJ that states that city governments are permitted to consider the spacing between group homes of people with disabilities. The city attorney also cites this statement, and I'd urge you to read it. I'm just going to quote a little bit of it briefly. In situations where a group home seeks a reasonable accommodation to exceed the number of unrelated persons who are permitted by local ordinance to reside together, the Fair Housing Act does not prevent state nor local governments from considering concerns about the overconcentration of group homes that are located in close proximity to each other. Sometimes compliance with the integration mandate of the ADA and Olmstead requires government agencies responsible for licensing or providing housing for persons with disabilities to consider the location of other group homes when determining what housing will best meet the needs of the persons being served. Our group home ordinance allows 13 to 15 people to reside in a single-family residence with 1/2 mile spacing between group homes. Under this ordinance, Oxford House Lioncrest could have 14 people living in the home, but they would be out of compliance with the group home statute because they're too close to 19th and A. And in fact, if you look at the situation, we now have, the Near South has 6 Oxford houses, and there are 14 out of the 14 that are located in Lincoln. In addition to that, we have 6 other group homes in the Near South. I mean, I've lived there a long time. I love the mix of people and the diversity and the different kinds of housing that you have there. But it's becoming inundated with group homes. And I think perhaps it would be reasonable to grant an accommodation to an Oxford house, both as to the number of occupants and the spacing between homes, but at some point to allow 6 Oxford houses.
1 minute.
To avoid both of those elements, it becomes a fundamental alteration of the zoning scheme. And that's what defeats this reasonable accommodation request. This is what's happened in the near south. It's altered our neighborhood. We're asking the city for help. We want people with substance abuse problems who are recovered. We want them to have access to affordable housing. We want group homes in our neighborhood, but we need some regulation. Right now what we have is the Wild West. There is no zoning laws that are being enforced at all. And we're asking for the city's help. And I, along with my neighbor Kathy Wilkin, would urge you to consider Carmen Mauer's letter. She set out a specific request to delay a decision so that we can work together to find a solution to this problem.
Thank you, Ms. Stahl. Are there questions for Shelley Stahl? All right, that's okay.
Any questions?
I think we're good. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Greg, yes.
Excuse me, good afternoon. My name is Greg Newport. I live at 1954 A Street with her. And I just want to address, take the discussion a little bit further on the zoning, the impact of zoning for what's happening to the near south as well as to other inner city neighborhoods. As you're all aware, the near south is a densely populated neighborhood that has become populated by many different types of housing. Apartment buildings were allowed to slip into smaller lots, replacing many properties along with conversions of many older homes and up into apartment dwellings. Over the years, this has produced many infrastructural problems for the neighborhood, such as overcrowded parking on our streets, as well as other infrastructure needs, such as water and sewer. Along with the absentee landlord effect, there was and still is today a lack of upkeep on many properties in the neighborhood. But this is changing. What you should also be aware of is that in the last decade, many homes have been reconverted to single-family residences. Upkeep in homes is on the rise, and infrastructure is improving due to the stabilization of many areas within the neighborhood. We still have overcrowded parking on our narrow streets, but we feel that the revitalization of the neighborhood was assured after downzoning efforts both by the Near South Neighborhood Organization and the city. However, we once again need the support of city government to maintain the positive direction the neighborhood has been in. Maintaining a plan of stable development is paramount to whether we go forward or backward in that vision. The approval of this zoning action will work against the progress that has been made over the last period of neighborhood revitalization. The continued aggressive placement of group homes such as Oxford House and Michael's House increases the neighborhood's density allowed in areas designated as R1 and R2. This is a fundamental change to the zoning of those areas in the near south where it applies. This approval has also the potential to adversely affect every other older neighborhood in the city's core. What is happening in the near south is depicted in the maps that I've handed out, and I've given those maps in other correspondence to you. I've updated it a little bit to show the additional Michael's house that is in the green on the plan that you're looking at. And if you refer to the second map, it shows the impact of the overlay when you apply group home distance requirements to the group homes. And as has been stated before, Oxford House is a group home even by their own admission. So they should also be included in that distance requirement between group homes. As you can see, by overlaying all the homes with the half-a-mile radius that is required for group homes, there really isn't a buildable lot or convertible lot left in the near south by that standard. And finally, I just want to add, it's already been said, this is not anything against the residents that take up in these facilities, that are helped by these facilities, and their lives are improved. This is about density and the fact that this is really a fundamental zoning change that is being thrust upon the neighborhood as we've all already said many times. But anyway, so that's about all I had to say. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to address them.
Thank you. Councilman Bowers.
I have a question. This has just been a question that's been on my mind, but since I'm looking at this map, it just kind of popped up. I don't believe that the city keeps data of how many family members are in a specific house. And if the concern is density, can you help me understand the difference between like a group that might have more than 3 unrelated people living in it versus a family that might have a big family size?
Well, I think the key is there when you really define family as a group of people that are living together as a common group that is governed by a parent in many cases, or less some head of household that is overseeing what activities are taking place in the house, how the house is maintained, just general family living. Now, as far as the density goes, yeah, if you had a family of 14, the density issue would not necessarily be any different of a problem. But in most cases, I doubt if you'd see that many people living in one of these, and these larger homes were meant for large families, I guess originally, some of them were. But there's other houses in the neighborhoods other than 1923 B Street that have, 8 and 9 people living in them in the Oxford houses that we know about. And these are 3-bedroom homes. And, a family would probably not stay in a situation like that, a traditional family, I'll say, that would not stay in a situation if they were sleeping on top of each other like they are in some of these places, as it appears. I don't know if that helps. It answers anything. It answers your question or not. But
Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Newport, very much. Yes, next testifier, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Vish Reddy. I live at 1944 B Street. I am the president of the Near South Neighborhood Association, but I want to make it very clear that we're not here representing the association, right? So the association was formed really as a do-gooder and as a source of good in the neighborhood. It's come to my attention and the perception in general, we've been demonized as if we're against group homes and things like that. So we're not representing the association per se, we're just representing ourselves and presenting our cases. As other people have mentioned, one of the downsides of going towards the end is everyone, especially when you go after a smart group, they take all the good points and it's a tough act to follow, right? So I don't have much to add except we're not against the residents of the Oxford House. And I did my best keeping track of names because I want to address some of those concerns. But some names I couldn't keep track of, so I apologize. But Mr. Sexton mentioned, that it's kind of a fraternity kind of atmosphere, which is great. I think that's helpful. There has to be obviously some structure associated with that, where you have people that have experience that are teaching ones that have lesser experience, so on and so forth. So hopefully they stick to that. And I also want to say, unfortunately, we're made to pick sides here. I'm going to lose some friends here, unfortunately, by the end of the day, because a lot of my kids have played with some of the kids of people that testified for, and I'm sure, they're going to be like, oh, we're on opposite sides now. This cannot happen, right? And unfortunately, this is how passionate and important this issue is. If it wasn't that important, you wouldn't have anyone coming here taking time out of their day, spending hours putting maps together, researching things that we're not experts on, right? And so this is an important issue. Chelsea talked about affordable housing when she came and talked about for this. Valerie talked about how the Planning Commission voted for it. Once again, there's a lot of strong arming going on there, but the affordable housing issue is really, it's not just for renters. We have plenty of rentals in the neighborhood. I think they mentioned 80 to 83%. We have some family owners or property owners in single family homes as well. And unfortunately, it was made to sound like it's a privilege to own a home, right? I work 2 jobs. My wife works. We're raising 3 kids. I'm telling you, it's not easy, right? And if we were privileged, I wouldn't be working 2 jobs. My wife wouldn't be working. We own a home, so on and so forth. So it's hard work. We work hard for the life that we're creating, and so does everybody, right? We all have our own personal journeys that we go through. I'm not knocking anybody. I'm not trying to build anybody up either. So it's not about, you know, the neighborhood being single family or homeowners coming against and talking about not having. This is really truly a zoning issue. The one thing about the college kids living in that house, we did complain. We did look into it. It was owned by one of the parents of one of the kids that was living there. And so technically it was one owner. They didn't have any lease agreements. This was all handshake agreements with his or her buddies in college, and they were all living there. There was no evidence we could collect. And so every time there was a party or disturbance, we did call the police, as Amanda mentioned. There were quite a few parties. We did grow tired of it. And we followed the legal process, right? And so I'm pretty sure that we are of the same caliber. There's no one that is part of the Near South Association or anyone on that block that I know is going to go deface a historic home. We're here trying to preserve them. So yeah, it's an unfortunate thing that happened, but I guarantee you it's nobody I know. So I just wanted to close some of those loops. Unfortunately, the Near South Neighborhood Association is majority made up of family or single family homeowners, but we've raised money through the tour of homes. And the tour of homes where people volunteer their historic homes for people to walk through, complete strangers to walk through. We've raised 40 grand in the past for various parks, and we've raised 20 grand for Peach Park, which also has high rentals around the park area. To renovate that park, we're collaborating with Parks and Rec, trying to bridge the gap and put that money together. So once again, neighborhood association, really just a force for good. So we don't want to demonize it at all. Here just representing, once again, we need to follow zoning laws. I forget the lady's name. She got very emotional when she was here talking about it, and she mentioned that this is not a Near South issue. She wants one in every neighborhood, wants to see Oxford homes all over the city, which is great, right? But we can't afford to have Oxford homes all over the city and just Oxford homes. It doesn't balance out community, doesn't balance out neighborhoods. We got to have a mix of everything. So there has to be laws that we follow. I believe Lincoln is a very welcoming city, but we do have to follow laws. We can't just welcome without any kind of structure or ordinances in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions or discussion? All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
And I'm Ann Watt. I live at 1448 B Street. So that's the pink house on the corner of 15th and, well, Goodhue and B. I wasn't going to speak today, so I have no notes, and probably my voice will shake, but my husband and I moved here in 1992. So we've lived here for 30 years in this neighborhood. My mother lived in the neighborhood and noticed the first Plymouth preschool playground when she was there, and so our daughter went there when she was 4, and I started working there. I've been in early childhood education for over 20 years. My husband is a teacher, just retired from Southwest High School, but our daughters we raised 2 daughters. They went to school at McPhee, Prescott, Park, and Lincoln High. We love our neighborhood. My husband and I picked out the lampposts from a catalog. So the lampposts that go up and down Goodhue, we are proud to have chosen. The reason I wanted to speak today is sort of as a character reference for those people that I know who I have been on PTAs with over the years. We've done bike rodeos, we've raised money for parks. Our kids have played together and grown up together, and we all live in this neighborhood because it is inclusive. This is the neighborhood that we live in. My husband and I met when we were living overseas. I've lived in New York City, a lot of big cities, and I love being able to walk downtown, walk to the stadium to watch a football game. We take public transportation every now and then. My kids rode bikes. This has been our neighborhood for many, many years, and I know no one. As Vish said, I don't know anybody who has talked about not wanting these people in the neighborhood. neighborhood. You know, I don't know anyone who would not welcome the idea of an inclusive situation for people who are recovering. I've lived next door and across the street from people who were in prison, were sex offenders who came and introduced themselves. He introduced himself to us when we had little girls, just because he wanted us to know. We love the mix of the neighborhood. And there is no one that I have known over the years who does not live here for that reason. So I guess I just wanted to be a little bit of a character reference for those people, those of us who live here, and just want the best for our neighborhood. I don't think it's about the concept of the Oxford House. I think it's the number of Oxford houses that we have in our neighborhood. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? All right. Thanks again. Please go ahead.
I'm Tessa Dominguez. I live at 1224 North 26th Street, Lincoln, Nebraska. I work for the Mental Health Association and am one of the coordinators for a transitional living home, the Hanu home. We do have a 20-bed transitional home. We serve over 1,000 people a year, and are considered a transitional living. As I come up here today, I want to be really clear that I'm not here in opposition of Oxford or any other transitional living home. I think that it was stated very well and several times that there is a need. I also am a previously incarcerated individual and a recovering addict. I fully believe in the model and the things that they talked about and the benefits that come from supporting each other. And yeah, like there were a lot of things that they said that I wasn't aware of that they did that I really enjoyed hearing. I loved it that they are required to volunteer if they're not working. I come up here because of a concern for safety. So in our homes, we have one individual per bedroom, and they are bedrooms. Prior to having a 20-bed transitional living home, we had a 5-bedroom home that also operated as a transitional living home. There are requirements that are required of us as having a transitional living home that provide for the safety of the guest of our home. Those things would be like fire safety doors, egress windows in basements, drop-down ladders in attics, those types of things. And so speaking from a person that is also in recovery and coming from the same type of background, there are often times in our life where we do find ourselves in this survival mode of wanting to find a place to live and a place that is supportive of our recovery, surrounded by people that are supportive of our recovery. And the safety of ourselves oftentimes gets put on that back burner, and we're not thinking about the things like the egress windows and the fire safety doors. And so I think that it's important that those things be pointed out, that we do talk about them, that we look at those things. And this is the reason that we do operate as a transitional living home. So, I think that, there were some things stated today about the amount of rent that they collect. I don't know how much of that goes to the homeowner for sure, right? And how much of that goes into Oxford, but we do also operate as a nonprofit. And I know that operating as a nonprofit, those funds do have to go back into our organization in one way or another. I would hope that at $7,000 a month for rent, there would be funds in there for fire safety doors. They're not that expensive. And some of these other precautions that could be put in place that would make sure that people are in safe as well as affordable housing. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Tess. Any questions? Councilman Bowers.
So you said at Mental Health Association that you have transitional housing, which has one person per bedroom, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can you talk a little bit about the level of care that your transitional housing provides? Is it mandated, or can you just talk a little bit about level of care that is provided there?
Yeah, so our houses are peer supported, so everybody that is employed by us is trained in intentional peer support. Our houses are staffed, 2 to 3 staff on at a time for the upwards of, like we max out at 20 individuals living in our home. The big part of that is, like, we are there to provide support, but also it is for safety. We need to know who's coming and going from the home. So if there was a fire in the house and a fire marshal came to the door, we would know who's in the home and who is not at the time that those things happen. Let's see, like what specifically are you?
Like, are people mandated to go to your facility, or is it self-referred, or?
No, they are oftentimes, so they're people that are previously incarcerated, and that's their choice. Nobody is mandated. Everything that we do in peer support is voluntary. So they choose to put in an application for HANU, and then it goes through the reentry team and comes to us.
Do you currently have a wait list?
Yes.
How long is your wait list?
I couldn't even tell you.
So pretty long then?
Yeah, and like we decided that we weren't going to do a wait list per se. We take what we can every month, right? I mean, there is a need, and I heard the lawyer for Oxford talk about that earlier, that they accommodate the need. We could very easily put bunk beds in all 20 of our rooms and house 40 people, but I don't think that that would be in the best interest of the recovery of the individuals that live there, nor would it be the safest thing for us to do for everybody involved.
Can you explain that just a little deeper about why having bunk beds would reduce outcomes if you decided to go from 20 to 40? Because I think, like, in my mind, if there's a huge wait list and a huge need, wouldn't fitting 2 people in a room instead of 1 help provide more services to more people?
I think that that's a two-sided coin. I think on one side of it, absolutely, there is a need and it would provide that. I think on the other side of that, you take away from some of the individualism that we're able to provide and the support that we give, because now you're overwhelmed with so many people. Like I said, we do staff our houses with peer support, and so that's a part of it. We also offer some programming there. We do have AA meetings there. We offer RAP, Wellness Recovery Action Planning, rent-wise, trauma groups, those types of things. And I think that when we get too large, then we take away from some of that individualism that we're able to provide.
Thank you so much. Appreciate
You're very
you.
welcome.
Other questions for Tess? All right, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Next testifier, please.
I'm Jason Whitmer. I've been about other subjects in several areas. My address, 1224 North 26th Street, Lincoln resident. I'm coming personally, I would like to say, again, we're not against the Oxford House. It's the pattern that's going to be set. As I've already heard the house mentioned, and you guys are going to make laws, you're going to make policies, you're going to make rules, and these patterns are going to happen. A lot of us, so let me say myself personally, I probably would be considered more dangerous than anybody in this room if I lived in our neighborhood. I've been incarcerated, I've been a young gang member. I'm easily researchable because I'm active out here in the community now, because that's that's how I give back. And people shouldn't be able to choose their neighbors, because that's how segregation works. So this is nothing against the people in the neighborhood, but people shouldn't be able to choose their neighbors, because that starts that dynamic of judgments. However, when a resident is operated by an organization or an individual who acts as an organization, there should be regulations. And the first and foremost should be safety and security. Because no matter what benefit I get out of it, what benefit my friends get out of it, somewhere down the road, I'm setting a pattern for somebody to get hurt. The one lady spoke about using the single family dynamic for an attic space so that somebody can burn to death up in there. Do they have a ladder up there? Do they have, is that a thing? These are like little dynamics that organizations are responsible for, that individuals who act as organizations are responsible for. And there's no way that, I'm gonna speak about the Oxford House. There's no way that the Oxford House, the lawyer, can come up here and say they don't benefit when they're nationwide. They can pay for every element. So I work for the Mental Health Association as well. I coordinate the Kia House. The Kia House is on the south side. It's a respite house. We went through this process with the Kia House, with the Hanu House. But some key things that should happen is the occupancy permits, fire inspection, building codes, to look at the house, to make sure it's safe, to make sure that the people who are benefiting from this are not going to suffer the consequences of this, right? Would you all agree with that? I would think so. So I'm not going to ask you to respond, but so with that dynamic, we provide safety, security. Also with the dynamic, we as Tessa spoke about, we regulate our own, as an organization, need to build our funds with what's best for the individuals, and that's one, is not stacking people up. That's a facility type manner. And when I'm in a desperate mode, I'm gonna go in a place that's stacked up, and I might get some benefit out of it. And as the crowd here has spoken, they have all gained benefit out of it. But we are here to stop patterns, and we know what laws will do if they're established and then the next person uses it. And that's what's happening here, is this pattern of being able to come as an organization or an individual acting as an organization and say, we're a single family residence, so we can operate like a single family, where we can put 15, 20 people in. But it is much different, and you know, you asked the question, it is much different than a family, because I might not be able to afford that, but I'm gonna put all my family in here. I can't afford to do the building codes. Maybe I don't even know the building codes. But we're gonna put all our family here because we're a single family. We're not an organization. We're not an individual profiting as an organization. Oxford is, so are we. The Mental Health Association, so are all these organizations. So when you think about these accommodations, it's a loophole. Accommodations for ADA, safety and security, I believe is in there. Otherwise, we wouldn't have accommodations. We provide accommodations for everybody. And the first and foremost is safety and security, and not to establish a pattern for another organization to come in and profit off of this need for housing, both from coming out of incarceration, from needing a community to grow with.
1 minute.
And et cetera, by packing people in houses. I'm not here to speak on how many houses are where or whatnot. I'm just thinking of this pattern that's developing, and we're seeing it coming out, where they're not only packing people in houses, now we're starting to see where they're sneaking people in houses and then clearing space before you come in to inspect it. So at minimum, what you should do is some of them that I mentioned, you know, also spacing. Spacing should be a thing. 2 bunk beds in a room. I've heard about this. I'm not applying this to the Oxford house, but heard about 2 bunk beds in a room, a family house. These are not children living in, you know, with their little brothers and sisters in these spots. These are grown adults with our issues and our problems that we need to work with, and we're trying to get through it with everybody else's issue. That sounds like prison. People say prison benefits them. I promise you, if prison would pay the funds to invest in a person like they pay the funds to keep people, you would not only benefit, you would grow way more successful than you ever came from an environment like that. And that's what this is creating out here now. And so we have groups, and I believe maybe some of you are on that are establishing what these patterns should look like when people are, organizations or individual acting organizations are coming in and establishing these homes.
Time.
I don't want it to go overreaching, but at minimum, this shouldn't happen.
Thank you very much, Jason. Any questions from the council for him? All right, thank you.
My name is Mark Broman, that's Brohman. I live at 2637 Washington Street. I've been a resident of the Near South for 31 years. We took a home 31 years ago. It was a duplex. We turned it back to single family. I started the downzoning for our block. I believe it was the first downzoning in the city. The city council, the planning department recommended that it be denied. The city council disagreed. They thought, what's wrong with this? The city council thought that downzoning was a good idea for the Near South. We were trying to get families back in there. So our entire block is single family owner occupied, just as all but 1 or 2 of the houses on B Street. They keep saying 80 to 90% of the Near South is rental. It is on average, but those individual blocks, you have to look at those individual blocks. Our block is 100% until Michael's house bought a house 2 months ago in our neighborhood. Same thing on B Street. There's a duplex there and there's an apartment complex. Otherwise, it's single family. So it's not the same as the rest of the Near South. They're asking for reasonable accommodations. And I applaud those that have come and testified today and told us about their problems and what they've got through, and that's great. There's a huge demand out there. I agree with that. But the answer is not stacking 14 people in a house. If we do grant reasonable accommodations, I think that we could put reasonable conditions on those permits. One of them would be no more than 2 individuals per conforming bedroom. The key there is conforming. I think 1 person, like the gentleman just said, per bedroom is more realistic. People need some space when they come out of prison. Otherwise, it's just like they're going back into prison. They've got a bunkmate. They need to have 2 fire escapes per floor. Maybe the kitchen needs fire suppression. If you've got 14 people cooking in a little kitchen, what about fires in that kitchen? Things like that. And then spacing in the neighborhood. I think that's really important. How many can you put into one neighborhood? We've got 4 of them within 5 blocks of each other right now on the B Street area. These unregulated facilities have an administrative burden to the city. That alone could be a reason to deny it or to delay this. This will be a burden to the city as we see more and more of these come along. This house has 3 or 4 bedrooms, depending upon who you listen to. Can you imagine 5 people per bathroom in the morning at 7 o'clock trying to get ready to go to work, because these folks are trying to get back into the workforce? Can you imagine those people trying to crowd into those bathrooms? You know, I grew up in a farmhouse. There were 3 boys. We had a tough time with 1 bathroom getting ready in the morning, so I can't imagine that many grown men trying to get ready. Then the septic system. These older neighborhoods weren't built for this many people. Now someone said, well, we did some work on the septic system in the house. So sure, they put in new pipes in the house, but it's where it goes into that main trunk. On our block of Washington, those pipes are over 100 years old. In the last couple of months, we've had several problems, and you can check with the city septic folks. They've had problems with that backing up. There's just more use than ever. Washers and dryers, people running water in their sink, taking longer showers. So you've got 14 people here flushing toilets, taking showers, cooking. So I think that's something that needs to be looked at. I own 2 houses with 5 bedrooms and 4 full bathrooms between the 2 of them. And I charge less than $2,000 a month rent. This house has 5 legal bedrooms and 3 full bathrooms, and the landlord is charging $3,100 a month. And we heard that people are paying $500 a month, so that's $7,000 in income that's coming in. Where's that other $4,000 going? Well, I think $3,100 a month is unrealistic for the landlord to charge for this property. If they're really trying to help people out, why isn't that more in line with rental properties? Why isn't it about $2,500, $2,600? Why is it $3,100? But where's that extra money going to? Like someone mentioned earlier, it should be going back into safety for these folks. I'm not against the Oxford houses and their model. I'm against jamming 14 people into a house. Now someone said, well, I went in and looked around, it looked nice. Well, they're using sunrooms and they're using rooms like that. They were never meant to be bedrooms, but these folks are using them for that. There are 13 other Oxford houses in Lincoln, and they've been around longer than this one. And someone brought up earlier, you know, the attorney mentioned that, you know, it's like liquor licenses. And the person brought up the example that if this was a liquor license, then they shouldn't be able to go out and sell liquor before they get the license. You've got 13 Oxford houses that have been operating out there, flaunting the law, saying, we don't care about the law, we think we're above the law. And they've been operating out there before this house came in and asked for permission. Why did this house come in and ask for permission? Because it's in an established neighborhood with a lot of single families. And they complained about it because they saw problems coming with that many new neighbors coming. And these other places where these Oxford houses, you go look at those neighborhoods, a lot of them are heavy density rentals. So to them, the neighbors didn't say anything, they didn't care. In these single family dwelling neighborhoods, people know their neighbors. People were saying, on average, these people are here 7 months. A lot of these people are here for a couple months. Maybe 1 or 2 are here for a couple years, so that skews it. You don't get to know your neighbors in that time. And I love that the Oxford house on B Street went out and planted flowers. I drove around the other 13 houses in town, and I can tell you, there's not flowers planted around those. There's a lot of shrubs growing. They're overgrown. The yards are mowed, yes, but the houses aren't being kept up. And so I think that's what we're going to start seeing in these neighborhoods. And I think it's your duty to figure out a way to accommodate people, but not overcrowd folks. Let's see if I had anything else to mention. I think there'll be a lot of requests coming. You know, these LLCs have bought a lot of houses in town, and I think this is just the beginning of this. I did visit the Kena house with 4 residents and 4 bedrooms just yesterday, and I think that was a very well organized, and I think that's a model to look at. That was on South 14th, and the gentleman that was up here, he's there, and I think that's a model to look to, not 14 people. But I appreciate your time, and that petition I signed, that I brought the other day and handed out, that was not from the Near South neighborhood. That was from our block. Those 13 signatures were from one single block telling the city, we're concerned about this. So I just want to clear that for the record. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Excuse me. Any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Brian Mitchelltree, and I live at 1320 South 19th. And basically, that's 10 feet from the Oxford House at 1900A and 60 feet from the Oxford House at 1923B. So basically, I'm in the middle of 30 unsupervised alcoholics and addicts. And anyways, I also own 10 other buildings in the Near South neighborhood. 6 of those are permitted as apartments. So every year, Building and Safety comes out and inspects them for fire codes, safety infringements, aesthetics. And if I don't meet their standards, I'm fined or incarcerated. I know of 2 landlords put in jail, Lee Simmons and Roger Dewar, that were put in jail for not following those codes. So I can tell you now that those Oxford houses are breaking far more rules than those 2 landlords I just mentioned. So, it's just not fair to them, and it's not fair to me. I guess some of my bigger complaints are the traffic and the noise. My street is pretty much like a Nebraska football game day on a Saturday in front of my house every day. So, and not to mention the noise. I guess I just like to say that in society there's a balance, and these Oxford houses upset that balance without some oversight, some regulation, and it's basically just due to greedy landlords. That's what it's all about. Because me as a landlord, I'm following the rules, so it's just not fair to people like me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions? All right. Thank you. Are there any more testifiers in support of this issue that would like to testify? Any more supporters that would like to testify? Okay. Seeing none, Mr. Moore, would you like to close on your item?
We have one person who wanted to talk.
If people have testified once, I'm sorry. That's just, we have, one per person. Thank you.
Testing, yeah, okay. Scott Moore, 1700 Farnham Street, Omaha, Nebraska, 68102. Just like to respond to some of the comments that came across. First of all, the house was inspected, and at the Planning Commission meeting, the question came up whether Oxford House Lioncrest was meeting all life safety codes. It is. It is in compliance with every life safety code imposed on it according to the city. I did use the word group home. I thought I clarified it right after, but I just want to make very clear for the record that this Oxford House does not fit the definition of group home as the city defines it. They live as a group, but it's self-run democratically. They don't. Oh, are you getting feedback or? Nope. Oh, okay. It does not meet the definition of group home. So to the extent I misspoke, I apologize. I just want to make that very clear for the record. From what I understand, there was a great concern that of maintaining the single-family character of the housing in this neighborhood, which Oxford House Lioncrest is doing and will do because it's part of their program that they live as one family. They live together. They will not break it up. They won't chop it up. And as far as maintenance goes, I think you heard the testimony. I'm quite frankly a little bit speechless and humbled, and certainly privileged after I hear the testimony and support from former Oxford House residents. But you did hear that they are maintaining the property at a high level. They are keeping the single-family nature. This is not operated as an apartment complex chopped up. I think that that's all I have. I don't want to waste the council's time. I'd rather have you ask any questions that I can answer, please.
Thank you very much. Questions from the council? I know Councilman Bowers.
This is going to be kind of a specific question.
Sure.
Are you familiar with the city of Wilmington case with
I
Oxford houses? Can you explain can you explain that in relation to Lincoln?
Yeah, so...
and can you explain what the case was about so that way those in the audience...
Sure. Well, it's impossible for me to get into all the details of that case, but I will say that the city of Wilmington was an entirely different ordinance, also governed by a different circuit court, so the laws here are a little bit different, believe it or not, even though federal laws are different. But to the extent they were trying to equate that with over-concentration issues, I will certainly address that. My understanding is from what I understand, well, even the testimony today, that 85% of, first of all, I think the definition of near south has changed as we heard different testimony. Some people said it was small, some people said it was a block, some people said it was bigger. But as I understand the near south definition, 85% of the near south is rental property, much of which is multifamily apartments or converted to multifamily apartments. I'm not aware of any study that's been done with regard to this Oxford House leading to overconcentration of the neighborhood, looking at it with regard to the other for-profit commercial apartment complexes out there with regard to that. This case is distinguishable from the Oxford House from that standpoint, I think most importantly because of the neighborhood and the concentration of this neighborhood and where this neighborhood is, and the number of multifamily housing uses and the number of rental housing uses that were consistent with this neighborhood.
In one of the questions that came up is, I got another, is that okay? Is providing like a number that's reasonable.
Mm-hmm.
Can you talk about why the number that you're proposing is reasonable as opposed to a different number?
Sure. So Oxford House, again, and I don't want to get into the 18 because we're not talking about 18. We're not going to 18. 14 is the cap here. Based upon the size of the house, the location of the house, and what Oxford House has seen as 12 to 14 people being the optimal operation within all of the land use codes and those kind of things, and compromising on that, 12 to 14 is the optimal size of an Oxford House. And with the demand here and the size of the house, 14 is a reasonable number to land at here. Now, it won't always be 14. There'll be transition. We talked about, I don't think it's relevant at all how much the rent is, but the rent is $3,100 a month. And one of the things when they collect the monthly income from the residents, one thing they need to do is have reserves and things, because if it goes down below, the rent's still due. So it could go down to 8. Not unusual for that to happen. And if you only charge the $500 or the amount of the $3,100, they couldn't pay rent that month, and they certainly couldn't pay 5 days early. So that fluctuates. It's not always going to be operating at 14, but they find houses that allow for 12 to 14 beds being the optimal size where Oxford House has found success.
The city of Wilmington case, as you mentioned, was in a different district.
In North Carolina,
yeah,
yes.
Federal court. Are there any court cases within this district that you're aware of, or a nearby district that address this issue?
The spacing issue? There are several cases out there that address the spacing issue. I can't think of any offhand. I don't know if the Eighth Circuit has addressed that or not. And I'm familiar with all the Eighth Circuit cases. Concentration is brought up in every single case. So in my New Hope case in Omaha, in my developmental services case of Nebraska down here in Lincoln, concentration was brought up again and soundly rejected by the court because it is on a case-by-case basis to determine what the character of the neighborhood is.
Have there been any, last question, I promise, thank you, Councilwoman. There's been a lot of talk about like safety and making sure that there is facility type safety measures put in place, like egress windows. And I'm not entirely sure what all is on the B Street location, but you said that
Sure.
you passed a thing or a check. Have there been any circumstances that you're aware of, because I haven't looked this up, or have there been any circumstances that you're aware of where there's been like a health issue or a fire issue that's resulted in like loss of life or limb or major property in any of the Oxford houses?
I can't answer that question. Not that I'm aware of, but I don't want to say unequivocally no, because I don't know. I mean, there's thousands of chapters, and I don't know if I'm sure if you have thousands of houses internationally, there's been a fire at a house.
Yeah.
I'm not aware of any loss of life. I'm pretty confident in that. There's been no loss of life like that. But again, I think the important thing here is the city's professionals that inspect for life safety inspected the home, and Oxford House is in compliance with all the life safety codes. And they wouldn't operate if they weren't. Or if again, one of the issues is that, and again, this sometimes escapes folks, because if you're not in it and understand it, and I don't even understand it like the residents do, that there have been cities that try to impose just sign up for a business license. We'll look the other way. Just sign up for a business license, right? Pretend like you're commercial, right? Oxford House doesn't even do that, because one of the fundamental principles of the Oxford House recovery model is you don't lie. You don't go under false pretenses. And those things may seem dumb and simple to some people, but if you talk to the residents that are here, that's one of the fundamental things. They are not a commercial operation. So when we talk about putting a sprinkler system in and all these commercial things that you don't require of other similar housing, that concerns me, because as I understand it, the Oxford House meets every requirement that is applicable to that house under the life safety code. And that's what I can say unequivocally. Everything else I think is hypothetical.
Thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments from the council?
Thank you so much.
Seeing none, thank you. Okay. Madam Clerk, when you're ready, let's move on.
I'll now read item 5B, accepting and approving the report of new and pending claims against the city for July 15th through July 31st of 2022.
Is there anyone here that would like to testify on this item? Please come forward. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, City
Yes.
Council, for giving me this time. In April of this year, a tree on the city's property in front of my home, on the easement, a branch fell off and damaged the roof of my property. I submitted a claim to the city attorney's office with all the required information, and they returned a letter that they would recommend that the city not pay for it because they didn't. The city attorney thinks that they are not legally responsible for the tree. I disagree with that. I was really honestly shocked when I received the letter back that they were denying that. I apologize. My name's Ronald Bonzi, 4434 Calvert Street. I was really shocked that the city had denied it. It seemed like just, on its face value, it was a very simple claim. Monetary loss was approximately $375, so not a huge amount. I was surprised that the city would, deny the claim when, like I said, on face value, it was very simple and straightforward, and kind of, put me in a legal opposition to the city that I live in and that I contribute to. I've lived in the home for, this would be 4 years. I've had to make a complaint at least once every year on that specific tree, falling limbs on my home, on my car, which, I was responsible for at that time. I didn't, never have raised a claim with the city before. so I've worried about this tree the whole time I've lived there. I have 2 young children that play in the front yard, so it is a hazard, and I've tried to address it with the Lincoln Parks and Rec Department. I would just ask that the city council, reconsider and, compensate me for the loss because of the city's tree. I'm the sole provider for my family. I spend my week trying to budget, whether I need 3 gallons of milk at home or 2 gallons of gas. It's a very difficult time for me, and this is an unexpected expense. Granted, again, it's, we're not talking about a lot of money, but in this situation for me and my family, it is a lot of money. I've already paid to have the gutters replaced, and I would just like to be compensated for the loss.
Thank you, Mr. Bonzi, for coming forward. Does anyone on the council have questions for, yes, Councilwoman Washington?
Mr. Bonzi, thank you for coming forward this evening. You mentioned just a moment ago that you have filed a complaint on this specific tree before?
That's correct. At least once every year, I filed a complaint. The city has come out previously and tended to the tree. They've had to remove limbs. This particular limb, the city did come out and also remove the limb, from my front yard and dispose of it. But that was really the extent of it. I reached out to them, like I said, to, try and resolve the matter. But it was just like, but beyond the legal issue, maybe you're not legally responsible, although I would disagree. We're community members. Like I said, I live here, I contribute. This is maybe more like a moral issue, or, maybe we're ethically responsible. It used to be legal to sterilize the mentally ill. Legal, yes, right, probably not. So I would just like, to be.
Just for clarification, did you put your complaint in through Uplink? Did you call the Parks Department? I'm just trying to, so I can track.
Both, yep. I called and through Uplink as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments from the council? I just wanted to clarify on the claims report. It says, I think, they filed a claim in the amount of $500 versus $375. Is that the same claim that we're looking at?
Oh, that may very well be.
Okay.
I'm
That's
not
fine.
sure why the discrepancy.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to clarify. So how this will work, does anybody want to hear from staff, or are we good? Would you like to hear from, okay. Mr. Christie, could we hear from you or other staff as appropriate? Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr.
Sure she would
Bonzi.
prefer that I come up
I'm
here.
sure she would.
Johansi Christie, City Attorney, 555 South 10th. We reviewed the claim and obviously recommended denial. It was our position that the city did not act in a negligent manner. We did not believe that the city had notice. It's my understanding from the Forestry Department that the tree is not diseased and that the reason the tree branch fell was due to strong winds. And so it wasn't something that we believe the city was, again, on notice of, that there was a problem, that the tree needed to be removed or anything like that. So.
Councilwoman Raybold.
Mr. Christie, do you have records of Parks and Rec or the arborists coming out prior to this incident of trimming the tree, or?
I believe that I do, and I certainly agree that I believe that there were previous calls. And again, I know that we do not have someone from Forestry that might be able to better speak about this, but looking at the records that I have, it would appear that there was a call in April of, first May of this year, which is probably this claim, I think, maybe. April, January, and then April of 2019. 2019. And I don't know, and then I see 2018, and the next one would be 2004. Two claims in 2004. So 2018, 2019, and then January, April, and May of this year.
That help? Okay. All right. Councilman Beckius.
So the records that I have is that it was complete. If I was to start with January this year, tree is healthy tree is shedding dead limbs. There was a call, and then they went out, and again, healthy tree.
Did they trim the tree at that time with the dead limbs? Did they at least trim the dead limbs that they noticed?
So my notes do not reflect one way or another. I have my notes from Forestry say complete, that they went out. I think got a call maybe on the 12th, and we're out there on the 21st. I do not know if I show complete, so.
I guess I for one would like more information on the work that the Forestry Department did in response to the calls.
I agree.
Right. All right.
And
And the April call.
and the 19 and 18.
Yep.
Would you like to handle that in the voting, or in that voting session?
I would
Someone?
like to
Okay.
do that.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Christie.
Okay.
Appreciate it. All right. So Mr. Bonze, there you are. So how this will work is when we get to the voting session, it will take a council member to change your request and pull it out of the report that we will be voting on. So we'll get to the voting session next. So thank you. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay, very good. All right, Madam Clerk.
Okay. That concludes our public hearing on section 5. We'll now move into our voting. Item 5A is application of Oxford House Lioncrest for a reasonable accommodation under Chapter 1.28 of the Lincoln Municipal Code to allow 14 unrelated disabled persons to reside together as a family as the term is defined by the Lincoln zoning ordinance on property generally located at 1923 B Street. Introduced by Raybold.
So moved.
Second.
At this time, I'd like to make a motion that we delay taking a decision on this agenda item for 1 week.
Second.
So it's been moved by Councilwoman Raybold and seconded by Councilwoman Washington to delay action on this item by 1 week. Is there discussion? All right.
Yeah, I would like to just make a very
Yes.
short statement.
Councilwoman Washington.
I have heard a lot today. I've heard a lot by email. I want to thank everyone for coming to testify. I know our habit and our rules usually say that we can vote on resolutions right away, but I cannot incorporate all this material and information and vote this evening. I would like 1 week to vote.
Any other discussion?
I also feel the same way. I am grateful for the folks that provided a tremendous amount of testimony via email and tonight, and taking the time to do that, as well as the members from Oxford House that shared their courageous stories as well. But there is a lot of legal issues I think we still have to wade through and have a better understanding of. And certainly thank you, Mr. Moore, for coming down and providing as much information as you did. But I do feel a little bit overwhelmed trying to sort it out and come to a really appropriate conclusion. So I'm grateful for my council members to support this delay of 1 week.
Councilman Shob, did you have a comment? Okay. All right. Any other discussion on this motion to delay for 2 weeks? Is that with, I'm sorry, 1 week?
1 week.
Thank you. Was that with continued or no more closed date with a vote?
Action only.
Action only.
Thank you. I couldn't get to that.
Action only.
Action only, 1 week. All right. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Okay. Raybold?
Yes.
Bowers?
Yes.
Shob?
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Beckius,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Now, could we please vote on the main motion? Oh, there is no main motion, it's gone. Okay, so I'm gonna need a little prodding. All right, thank you very much. All right, let's move on, please.
Item 5B is accepting and approving the report of new and pending claims against the city for July 15th through July 31st, 2022, introduced by Beckius.
Second.
It's been seconded by Councilman McGinnis. Councilwoman Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to have one item removed, Mr. Bonzi, Ronald Bonzi's claim removed for further consideration, 1 week, please. Or, oh, I'm so sorry. Is it 1 week or is it the next time we see?
Just the next time we do claims.
Yes, I would ask that the motion state the next time that claims comes before council, and then we will notify Mr. Benzie when
Okay.
it's back before the council.
Okay, thank you for that friendly amendment and correction.
And I would second that.
Second, yeah.
But I would also like to have more detailed information from Forestry on the action that they
Yep.
noted as complete. And
Nodding like a crazy person over there. She's all over.
Yes.
oh.
Okay.
Duly noted.
Okay.
All
Thank
right.
you.
So, does everybody know what we're?
Motion to remove, right?
Motion to remove.
Mm-hmm.
It'll return.
All right. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Beckius,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Mr. Bonzi, we're removing your item. Indefinitely, yes. Thank you for coming. All right, ready to move forward.
Now we can do the main motion.
Oh, I knew there'd be one. All right. Let's please vote on the main motion. I'm just trying to entertain.
Beckius,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Ward.
Yes,
Motion carried 7-0.
Ooh, done with resolutions.
thank you.
Now we just.
We can move on, please.
We'll move on to Section 6, Public Hearing Ordinances, Second Reading and Related Resolutions. Item 6A is approving the third management agreement for Pinnacle Bank Arena between the City of Lincoln and SMG for the operation and management of Pinnacle Bank Arena and other facilities for a 3-year term commencing September 1st, 2022, with the option to renew for one additional 3-year term.
Good evening, Mr. Lorenz and I are going to tag team this. Chris Connolly, City Law Department, 555 South 10th Street.
Tom Lorenz with Pinnacle Bank Arena. I live at 1364 Prairie View Road in Eagle.
We are very pleased to bring you this agreement tonight. SMG has done an outstanding job of running Pinnacle Bank Arena over the last 10 years. And we've gone through the first 2 management agreements, not just Pinnacle Bank Arena, but Pinewood Bowl also. And so what we are presenting tonight for your consideration is the third management agreement. I won't go into a lot of details of the changes between the first and the second one. This will be a 3-year agreement. It's technically slightly longer than that because we're trying to sync up the times for SMG to be able to get their alcohol licenses. So it actually would go from September 1 of 2022 until October 31 of 2025, and then 3 years after that. And then there is an option for a second 3-year agreement after that. As far as the fees and compensation are concerned, there's a shift away from the fixed fee, which is still there, but this time it goes up nominally. And instead, there's more of a shift towards the incentive fees. Targets are a little bit lowered. That may make it easier for SMG to reach those targets, but the percentages that would actually are attached to each of those incentives are still the same as what they were before. So the bottom line is that in addition to the fixed fee, they will have opportunities to make essentially twice as much as what they're making now in the fixed fee. If you added up all the incentives, if they hit all the incentives, they would be capped at 50% of the fixed fee and then 50% of the incentive fee. So they can get to 100% of their fixed fee. In other words, $460,000 would be the maximum that we would have to pay in any 1 year under this current new formula. The fixed fee does go up by 3% each year, which is lower than the 5% that it had been going up. And so, but this is something that was discussed and was proposed by SMG. We negotiated this for 6 or 7 months. There are a number of changes, and I've provided you information on that. But with that, I'll let Mr. Lorenz say a few words.
Thank you. I'm honored to stand before you to be able to talk about the extension of this agreement. Lincoln is our home. We've been here for over 25 years. Worked at Pinnacle Bank Arena, worked at Pershing Center. We obviously do things at Pinewood Bowl. ASM Global is an excellent company. They are the worldwide leader in not only venue management, but also in producing live events. And so I have a tremendous amount of support from our corporate offices. A lot of things to contemplate as you think about whether we should extend this agreement. We have an excellent and experienced staff. I've got a terrific staff that I get to work with. Our team is seasoned industry professionals with years of experience. We've got long-term relationships with City of Lincoln officials, University of Nebraska athletic and academic officials, working relationships with multiple community organizations, including the CVB Chamber, Downtown Lincoln Association, City of Lincoln Park and Rec, Haymarket Rail Yard Associations, Nebraska School Activities Association, and many other arts and civic organizations. We can provide detailed firsthand knowledge of our venue's infrastructure, and a venue like this is unique and different from maybe just a straight office building or something like that. We, lastly, we understand the balance between providing revenue-producing events at PBA and also our civic responsibility to provide and serve the community, and so we try to find that good balance in there. Again, we work closely with city officials to make appropriate adjustments on this management agreement. As Chris talked about, you know, the base management fee, especially with inflation, was growing at a pretty big jump every year. So we wanted to dial that back and make it more incentive-based. And so it's been terrific to work with Chris and the rest of the city to get to this point.
Thank you. Yeah, they've been great partners, and so we're asking for your adoption of this tonight. If there's any questions, we'll be happy to answer them.
Councilwoman Raybold.
Well, there's no doubt. I mean, Pinnacle Bank Arena, Pinewood Bowl, all the other venues that you have developed have really brought terrific acts and performers to our city. So I was just kind of curious about the incentive part. What do you have to do to earn an incentive? Is it just like book and put on more events, or have bigger crowds, or it's a combination of both? What's the quickest way to get to an incentive? That would.
So our incentive is based off of two ways. There's qualitative and quantitative. The qualitative is to hit certain financial incentives, to hit certain financial numbers. And you know, we've had up and down years. It depends on what the market is doing. It depends on COVID and things like that. And so if we hit certain financial incentives, then we get the qualitative piece, which is 50%, quantitative piece, excuse me. The qualitative piece is more how do our clients react? What type of numbers do we hit as far as attendance, the number of events? What kind of ranking and ratings do we get from surveys that go back out to our patrons? So it's divided both ways. IRS rules only allow us to double that base fee, and so there's a lot of incentive and a lot of movement within that qualitative and quantitative area.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? I do. I have just a comment, and just to kudos to Tom and his crew at PBA. I have the luxury of sitting through the West Haymarket JPA meeting, so I get to, hear the numbers a lot more than my colleagues. But Tom, if you wouldn't mind just giving a brief overview of how during the pandemic you were able to hang on, and how good those numbers looked despite the coronavirus, if you don't mind.
Sure. The pandemic was really an interesting time to live through, and with the city's support, we were able to keep our staff, which is a pretty lean staff, fully employed. We certainly weren't able to keep all of the part-time people employed at any sort of level we'd like to, but we still wanted to produce events, so we still did things like graduations. We were able to do pro bowl riding. We did high school volleyball and high school basketball, and still were able to continue to bring dollars in there. We did, through the state of Nebraska, receive a grant of $2 million, which was a huge help that just kind of floated us through that pandemic. But then we had also put some retained earnings back in toward paying for those expenses during those times. And we've been able to recoup those retained earnings and come back strong. The staff did a great job of reducing expenses, reducing utilities, and all the things that we should do while still making sure we're able to maintain the building, keep it updated. We did quite a few in repairs, and we were there as promoters were ready to start back up, and so we were one of the first ones to be back out and active again.
Thank you for that. And I would be remiss not to mention this, and I believe even nationally compared to other arenas, correct, that you were able to keep our arena going despite all the challenges that we were having.
Tammy, thank you. And it's really, I get to talk to my peers, and it's a unique relationship that we have with the city, that we have with Jeff Mall and the CVB and NSAA, and all those things together just come together and make it, it's a joy to be here. It's a wonderful building, and we certainly like working with you guys.
We certainly appreciate it. So thank you. Any other questions or comments from the council? All right. Thank you both very much. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Good. All right. Madam Clerk, let's move on if we may.
Item 6B is approving the transfer of unspent and unencumbered appropriations between certain capital improvement projects.
Is there anyone here? Here comes Sherry. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Sherry Wolf-Durbel, the City Budget Officer, 555 South 10th Street. Near the end of every fiscal year, we try to do some cleanup of our capital improvement projects. So departments have made some requests to either lapse appropriations from completed projects or transfer to those appropriations to a new project where they could be used. We've got 4 requests this year for our ordinance. The first one has to do with some general fund and Keno fund appropriations in the library department, parking lot improvement projects at Anderson, Isley, and Walt branch libraries, and roof replacement projects at Isley and Walt branch libraries came in under budget. And alternately, the bids for the new Williams branch library as part of the joint air park project budget came in higher than the original project budget. So we're requesting that the savings from the roof and parking lot projects be transferred to the Williams Branch Library project to completely cover the construction costs for this exciting new endeavor, and this will help bring the cooperative plans with Parks and Recreation to fruition and lead to enhanced services to the air park community. Okay. The second project involves some general fund and Keno fund appropriations for the Parks Department. The funding for the Parks Department projects like ADA compliance and hard surfacing provide a resource to repair and replace cracked or broken concrete and parking lot potholes throughout the year. And park staff would like to transfer remaining funds from this fiscal year to help address issues with the concrete flooring and walkways at Pinewood Bowl as part of that project. These cracks and issues at Pinewood were discovered during the recent renovations, and therefore they were unknown at the time the project budget was developed. These are important safety and convenience issues for audience, staff, and performers. Transfer of this funding allows us to pay for them along with the renovation project and to ensure a safe and enjoyable experience for this important community amenity. Just 2 more. We also are requesting to move around some of the public safety quarter-cent sales tax revenues. The fire station projects funded by the quarter-cent public safety sales tax have all been completed and are keeping our city safe with marked improvements in response times. All 4 projects were completed within the funding allocated to them by the Public Safety Projects Oversight Committee. On August 25th, 2020, the Oversight Committee allocated $488,800 of the remaining funds for generators and fencing for fire stations 10, 12, and 16. The generator project is complete and the fencing project has been bid. We would like to transfer the appropriations remaining from the various stations that came in a little bit under their budget to the projects for stations 10 and 12 to complete the fencing project. And finally, we have a request from the Urban Development Department. Actually, not a request from the Urban Development Department. I'm going to take credit for it because I don't like to have appropriations that don't have any cash behind them. The 21-22 CIP includes an affordable housing appropriation that is funded by sales tax revenue from the state of Nebraska, collected from Pinnacle Bank Arena and hotels in the district that surround the arena, referred to as turnback tax. The revenue is appropriated at the state level and then paid to the city. The time period this revenue pertains to reflects a period when sales tax revenue was severely impacted by the COVID-19 outbreak. That lowered the number of hotel room rentals across the community and the number of events at the arena. That meant the Pinnacle Bank Arena and the hotels within the turnback tax area around the arena did not generate sufficient turnback tax funding to provide an allocation to urban development for this budget cycle. So just without any cash behind those appropriations, we're going to lapse them. The good news is that we are projecting that we will have adequate funding by 23-24 to restore the affordable housing appropriations from that funding source. Are there any questions?
Questions for Ms. Wolf? Councilwoman Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One, thrilled to hear about the turnback tax. Let's keep that going. But I have a question about the transfers within the Parks Department to Pinewood Bowl and the transfers within the quarter cent safety to fire stations 10 and 12. And I don't know that I'll need Chief Engler or the Parks Director to answer these, but I might. Let's start with the fire houses. Will the money that is shifted to 10 and 12, if we do so, will that actually finish the fencing projects at those firehouses?
Yes, as the contracts are going out, we have sufficient funding for, barring change orders, but yes, that will complete the fencing projects.
And then will the dollars within the Parks Department actually repair the concrete at Pinewood Bowl? Will that be the end of that project, or will additional dollars be necessary?
I'm going to defer to JJ. Is that adequate?
It will complete the project.
Okay, I saw a head nodding.
Yeah.
Testimony, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions?
I have
Comments? Yes, Councilman McGinnis.
Real quick, do we know if that's the end of the safety sales tax issue for the fire stations, or do we still have a balance?
They will have, I can't tell you off the top of my head, but they do still have some appropriations remaining. The majority of the quarter cent sales tax funding that is still available is in the CAD project, however. Fire projects are winding down. This is the last one they're really anticipating.
Okay, could you get us that number?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Any other questions, comments? All right. Sherry, thank you very much, as always. All right, Madam Clerk, when you're ready.
Item 6C is change of zone 22020, request of Sharks Properties LLC to change from R2 Residential District to B1 Local Business District on property generally located at 2125 Scott Avenue.
Director Carey's coming forward, I see.
Get even bigger, too.
And who's on deck? Thank you.
Good evening, David Carey, Director of the Planning Department, 555 South 10th Street, and didn't see the applicant jump right up, so I thought I'd come up and make sure we had that covered. This is an item for a change of zone that would basically allow the existing Dairy Queen to expand to the south down to the Antelope Creek area. This is consistent with the commercial activity along the South Street, so it's something that we are in support of for approval. It stayed on the consent agenda at Planning Commission and was approved 8-0. And I can answer any questions you might have on that.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Director Carey? Councilman Show, we'll start with you then.
Director Carey, you said to the south?
Yes.
So this is right there across from Edgar Golf Course. Is that Dairy Queen?
Yeah, that's Dairy
Yes.
Queen.
There's something to the south? I thought it was
It's just-
immediately to Antelope Creek.
I will show you,
Ooh, can I see a map?
show you the map. So we have South Street here. This is the existing Dairy Queen here. So it's changing the zoning to that parcel to the south down to, this is the creek area here. And so what this does is allows the expansion to happen effectively.
The map's what I wanted. Thank you very much.
And it's clear from eating as much Dairy Queen stuff as I do, it needs more stacking of vehicles and a better way and a safer way to enter and exit, so.
That's true.
Yes, without being biased on this application, it's always a good thing to have more capacity at our Dairy Queens.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm standing up for that one.
More dilly bars.
Give you an idea.
Councilwoman Washington. Yeah.
Not that I have anything against Dairy Queen, but I have a couple of questions. Can you tell me in the plan that they've laid out, will they be using the same exit driveway, or are they shifting the exit driveway?
This is the plan that came in as part of the application. So effectively, they're going to use the existing building and then expand the building itself as well to allow for their capacity to improve. The representation of the plan that's been proposed is that there will be actually allowing for, it looks like 2 drive-through lanes.
I saw that.
So in a general sense, they'll be expanding that activity, the capability on site.
Okay. I think the reason I'm asking the question about the location of the exit drive is that the 2 houses directly east of it are still residential, single family, and I'm trying to gauge impact on the neighboring residences, as well as caring where, or having a concern about where the headlights end up when people are exiting Dairy Queen. I have a little bit of concern about the stacking lanes and the parking that faces directly south along Antelope, and wanting to know if the neighbors on the other side of Antelope Creek have been contacted, and is there landscaping that's going to go in that could also block light trespass?
So the adjacent properties to this change of zone would have been contacted, so they did receive information about this. We did not receive any interest or letters or testimony at Planning Commission, so I cannot speak to any positions that someone might have as a neighbor, but they would have received the notification of the change of zone. As far as the requirement for additional screening, they would have to screen according to our parking regulations, but we do not have any additional requirements for additional screening.
Okay. And the same would be had for the single-family residence just west of it?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. When I'm looking at the creek and I go west, south side of the creek, but
Yes.
within headlight.
Other questions? Councilman Beckius?
Director Carey, perhaps I missed it in the staff report, and I apologize if that was the case. Since the site will be somewhat redeveloped, I guess it looks like it's an addition, perhaps, to the existing building. Was there any discussion about access onto South Street, since there is access onto Scott Avenue for the site, as this site's pretty narrow and has 2 access points onto South?
Yeah, what I can say to that is that the existing access will be the future access, so that's not changing under this change of zone. So that,
Sure.
for that flow for the drive-through, as well as access to the parking, where the access points are today, they would remain.
And they will be simply adding on to their existing building and not tearing it down?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Okay. Any more for Director Carey? Thank you very much. Any other comments on this item?
Yummy.
Anyone else would like to testify on this item? All right.
Seeing none, let's please move on.
Item 6D, change of zone 22017, request of Osage Hill Farm LLC, change from AG Agriculture District to AGR Agriculture Residential District on property generally located at 7433 Southwest 27th Street.
David Carey, Director of the Planning Department, 555 South 10th Street. I'm stepping up to basically state that the related special permit with this change of zone has indeed now been submitted on appeal. At the time of scheduling for this hearing, that appeal had not been, it didn't come in yet. It is in now, and at this time, we would request that we pair this change of zone up with that special permit for the August 29th public hearing for your consideration and hearing. As we discussed a little bit earlier today, if someone is here tonight, certainly we would allow them to speak if they wanted to.
Okay, very good. We appreciate that. Yes.
Madam
Thank you.
Chair, in light of what Director Carey has said, I would move to delay with public hearing continuing on this item, unless someone is here
Yes,
tonight.
let's do that part first. Does anybody want to speak first?
Correct. Is there anyone else that would like to testify on this item 6D? Item 6D, anyone else? All right, seeing none. Councilwoman Washington, thank you for your motion. I would entertain a second.
Second.
Please. Seconded by Councilwoman Raybold. Any more discussion? All right. With that, please call the vote.
Raybold?
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
Ward?
Yes.
Schob?
Yes.
Beckius?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Bowers?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. All right. Let's move forward.
I'll be calling items 6E, F, and G together. Item 6E is approving the 48th and Aylesworth redevelopment agreement between the city and the 48th Street Development LLC relating to the redevelopment of the property generally located on the block northeast of the intersection of North 48th and Aylesworth Streets, and the related fiscal year 21-22 CIP to authorize and appropriate $3,185,000 TIF funds for the 48th and Aylesworth redevelopment project, and the related tax allocation bonds for the 48th and Aylesworth redevelopment project in an amount not to exceed $3,185,000.
Good evening, Dan Marvin, Urban Development, 555 South 10th Street. What you have on the screen before you are two project areas. The red area is the area that we would be, that this item before you is related. The area at 48th and Holdridge was the earlier development that was put in. It's leased up, operating, things are working fine. The only difference between the project that would orient again along 48th Street and this one is, I think that we'd have more apartments on the first floor. There wouldn't be as much retail, might be additional bicycle storage. And to give the council a kind of a view of what's on the block currently are some older buildings that are underutilized. What this would put in place would be 115 apartments, mostly one bedroom and some two bedrooms in the area. But it does clean up a blighted area along this corridor, and I think it would be an asset for that development. The project itself makes a significant amount of investment in energy efficiency. What you'll see in the section here is it's the specific energy enhancements to the project may include, but shall not be limited to, solar panels and supporting materials and infrastructure, electrical vehicle charging stations, smart thermostats, LED lighting upgrades, high-efficiency HVAC systems, high-efficiency commercial water systems. So there will be a significant amount, and you can see that in the sources and uses list here. There's $470,000 on this project allocated towards energy efficiency. And so that we understand this, there is a building code for energy efficiency. We don't pay for tax increment financing to reach that level. It's to go beyond what it was in the building code to make the building more energy efficient. when we brought the plan amendment through here, I think there was some questions by the council about affordable housing. What we might be able to do on this, because this project was a phase 2 of an earlier development, there had been some things that were in the pipeline. But you'll notice in section 404 of this, there's a clause in the agreement that is a non-discrimination clause. They can't discriminate based on source of income. So if someone comes to this with a housing voucher, for instance, and they're eligible to live in this particular apartment, the operators of this apartment project cannot discriminate based on source of income. Now, I know that Andrew has been waiting to be able to testify on behalf of his client. I can leave it there. If there's any questions of council, I'd be happy to answer them right now.
Councilwoman Raybold?
Director Marvin, is this the first time we've ever included that language on?
No, it is not the first time that we've included that.
Okay.
We've borrowed it. I think the very first time we did that was for Antelope Tower, which is in the downtown. It was about 100, it's a very similar building to this one, 110 unit apartment project when we put non-discrimination language in that one. We have done that on some apartment projects. I think Hepburn Square included non-discrimination language in it. So as projects come forward, we engage the developers and see if this is a right fit for them to include that provision.
And then will any of the units be designated as affordable housing?
No.
No.
So these will be market rate. These will be market rate apartments. Is kind of one of the trade-offs here. These are market rate apartments, but if someone comes to them with housing vouchers, and the whole housing voucher issue is a little complicated, but if they come to this apartment, the apartment owner cannot discriminate them and say, you can't come in because of your source of income.
Other questions for Director Marvin? All right, thank you very much. And, all right.
Good evening, council members. Andrew Willis, 233 South 13th Street, on behalf of 48th Street Development LLC. I'll add a little bit to what Director Marvin said. So sort of our final step here, we've been in front of you with the redevelopment plan amendment. The PUD was approved. It really extended what was the 48th and Holdridge Apartments Phase 1. This is Phase 2 we're looking at. The nice thing is you can envision it because it will look substantially the same as the apartments on the corner of 48th and Holdridge. It is designed to be the Phase 2 of that project. 115 units. It will be, as I said, really the look will be the same. It will be adjacent to 48th, facing 48th Street with the parking on the 49th Street side. Out of those 115 units, about 87 are either studios or one bedrooms. So that's the mix, and then some two bedrooms in addition to that. Plenty of parking exceeding the maximum there should be about 130, 131 stalls available, so about 1.14 to 1. Again, based on what they're looking at for alternative transportations, plus the fact that it's mainly a lot of studios and one bedrooms, it exceeds the requirement and should work out well. To address kind of what I think are I guess two features of this, really, that have already been mentioned, to promote affordability. The trick here is really this was designed as Phase 2. So we have a project that exists. It was designed to really be the same. That's market rate units. These are really designed to be market rate units. To ensure accessibility, more people having opportunity to get into more units. That's where that non-discrimination of the source of income comes in. So there won't be any discrimination as far as what type of income you have. It's it's helpful in trying to create affordability. It certainly is, one step to make all, more units more accessible to more people. But other than that, the challenge here is that it really is designed, this was designed as phase 2 of what already exists. So the rents would, the plan is to keep rents in line with what exists there now. And that's market rate units. One of the other, important factors really from the developer side is the environmentally conscious design. So already mentioned, it'll be equipped with solar panels, electrical vehicle charging stations, high efficiency HVAC system, high efficiency appliances, a commercial water system instead of individual water heaters, smart thermostats, LED lighting, low flow fixtures, enhanced elevators, a lot of things. That's really a focus of the development team to make sure this is as environmentally conscious as possible. In addition to that, in addition to those actual features of the building, they're also really a focus on alternative transportation means. Obviously, the electrical vehicle chargers already mentioned, but also designated space, a designated space for bike racks, bike storage, really promoting the bicycling from the residents, and then working with StarTran on bus stop improvements out front to create a better bus stop location out front. We'll be working with StarTran, but again, really promoting the alternative transportation as well. So that is a focus of the TIF, but really is a key feature of this project when looking at this overall. From a TIF perspective, the overall cost of development's over $21 million, upwards of above $21 million right now. Projected valuation at the end is about $15 million, which will generate that $3.185 million in TIF. The TIF uses, already noted, these are kind of the standard uses that you've seen before as far as the eligible uses TIF can be used for. A lot of that's energy enhancements, facade enhancements, and streetscape improvements. These things that really create a project, and without TIF, this can't happen. Without TIF, those improvements it's just too costly to build right now, and especially with some of those enhancements above and beyond minimum code. So we're asking for approval of the redevelopment agreement to allow for this phase 2, really taking a site that needs to be redeveloped and could take something that isn't being used right now and needs a lot of work, and creating something, 115 units of housing that will be beneficial to the community. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? All right.
I guess.
Councilman Beckius.
Thank you, Andrew, for coming down. Surely appreciate it. The source of income non-discrimination chapter in the redevelopment agreement, that's not something that we as a council have necessarily weighed in on at all. But it sounds like your client is acceptable to including that. Is that something that they wanted to include from the get-go?
It was brought up by urban development. That was sort of in the conversation of affordability. That was the part of the discussion, and really the challenge was because of design, budget, everything that had been done that was there. It really didn't work to make units truly, to create truly affordable units at this location in this project. So that was something that urban development raised, and the developers thought it was a great idea, and were supportive of it. I'm happy to include it.
So it was in lieu of units or a cash payment?
Yeah, right, correct. It was the sort of the agreed upon way to promote affordability, to promote additional accessibility to units in this redevelopment agreement.
Thank you.
Other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you
very much. Any other testifiers on this item wishing to come forward? All right, let's please move on, Madam Clerk.
I'm calling items 6H, 6I, and 6J together. Approving the Bishop Heights Phase 1 redevelopment agreement between the city, Encore at Bishop Heights LLC, and Red Bishop Heights LLC relating to the redevelopment of property generally located at 4200 South 27th Street and 4300 South 27th Street, and the related fiscal year 21-22 CIP to authorize and appropriate $6,540,311 in TIF funds for the Bishop Heights Phase 1 redevelopment project, and the related tax allocation bonds for the Bishop Heights Phase 1 redevelopment project in the amount not to exceed the $6,540,311.
Good evening, Dan Marvin, Urban Development, 555 South 10th Street. Here to bring you up to date on the redevelopment agreement that we have with the Bishop Heights area. I want people to understand these things don't magically get put together over a short period of time. As Ernie and I were reflecting as we're gotten to this stage, our very first conversations with the Red Development team was before the pandemic. So 2019, in the fall of 2019, we might have been having conversations, or it could have been winter of 2020. But a lot has happened. A lot has happened. A pandemic obviously had all kinds of impact on what retail was going to develop. And then we had conversations about the apartment complex, and obviously there's been all kinds of increased costs in construction. So there have been challenges here. And another complexity is there are multiple players in this project area. So there is the Red development on the south, there was Encore Properties, and then the White property, which is an office complex. And if we just zoom in, you can see there's a tight area here to operate on, but I also want to point out to just take note of a location here to connect onto the trail at this point, a point to connect onto the trail here. We'll talk a little bit more about trails as we get farther into my presentation. But this particular project is 230 apartments going in an area where there isn't any housing presently. So this meets, just like the previous one, many of our comp plan goals of infill development. Let's try to take the space that we have within the community that we have and invest in residential development where it's appropriate. And this project does that. It won't take the extension of additional roads or water or sewer to go into this area. It's utilizing the existing infrastructure. And as a matter of fact, I know the developer has this because at a previous meeting, the trip counts on this particular development will actually be lower, not higher, than what the original Shopco development was. So we're better utilizing this with infill development, and we're not putting additional overall traffic impact over what was there when Shopco or Treasure City, if you go back a few years. What will the apartment project look like? And that's the first phase of this. It's a beautiful building that they've got situated and sandwiched up next to the trail. And it will also do a number of improvements that you won't see in the TIF calculations, and that is they'll take care of the overhead power lines that run along the trail, so we'll be able to remove those as well. I was talking about this particular project also will make a payment in lieu of on affordable housing equal to $2,500 per dwelling unit on the apartment project. So if you build over 200 units, the math means that the contribution towards an affordable housing fund will be over $500,000. So this will create opportunities to generate additional affordable housing citywide. Why a multi-phased agreement? You have to kind of go back to the very first drawing, and what you'll see is if this is the area that you're building a large apartment complex, you're going to need areas to stage your equipment to be able to build off of. And so some of the areas that are adjacent to this, which will be future development areas on this property, will really, during the construction phase, be needed for construction. And also, the reason it needs to be phased, these other areas are going to be retail developments. it's going to be hard to encourage retail development, which won't take as long to construct as the apartment project, to incentivize them to come onto the site while you're in the middle of a construction zone. Trail improvements. So the project will make significant trail improvements. Earlier we were talking about connection points. So Google is wonderful at how it can give you pictures without having to drive out there. But I know this area because I've ridden my bike through here for years and years and years, and what you'll see is this is a trail connection, which is a little pad of concrete that leads you onto a parking lot, and then this is the trail improvement connection onto that. What we heard early on from advocates for the trail was develop a pad site over here, but invite people to come off the trail, show them places where they can come off the trail and engage in the retail activity that's going to go there. So this is kind of a proof of concept of being able to encourage people to come off one of the busiest trails that we have in the city and engage in future retail development. So they'll be able to come off here, they'll come off here, and they'll be able to come off here. There'll be 3 connection points that will encourage people to come off of the development or onto the development. The TIF calculations that you'll see as how they're allocating money, TIF will provide a significant amount of dollars towards paying for landscaping along the trail. It will pay for the trail connectors. It will require in this agreement non-TIF dollars to actually do the first phase of a future trailhead along this area. But you'll see this whole area along here, not only will the power lines be buried, but there will be hundreds of thousands of dollars of TIF allocated along this corridor to improve that area for the trail enthusiasts. It's about to wrap up here, but let me show you the trailhead that is part of this project. Now the trailhead will be built over phases, and the design element for this trail came from the Parks Department. So this was nominated by the Parks Department and agreed to by the developer to bring the trail down, and rather than making this curved area through here, they'll create a trailhead at this location, and then they'll bring in at more of a 90-degree angle so that they, well, I don't think they keep track of crash records over in this area. They think that the conflicts between these 2 busy trails would be minimized. And it will be done over 2 phases. This is phase 1 so that we can get the trail developed, and then a phase 2 would then put in the amenities for the trailhead, which would include, I think, a drinking fountain and obviously some shade and other places for you to be able to rest as you're going along that way. What are some of the protections that we're providing for this? Earlier, this body had a PUD before you, which you voted on, and that PUD set in place some of the conditions that we've talked about here. So even though we don't have retail at the southern end of this building site, for logical reasons, need to be able to stage, need to be able to go out and attract people to come to this location, the PUD will control so that the future development of this site has already been established. And then at that second phase, when those developments start coming towards you, they will go through Urban Design Committee for review. They will come back to you for review and vote, and go to the mayor for her signature. So we have not short-circuited any of the review process as we go on to a phase 2, but we've we've provided some certainty for the developer to be able to build out of his site. I'll stop there, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Questions for Director Marvin? Councilman McGinnis?
Yeah, real quick, how are we doing the TIF? We're only collecting enough off the Encore property at this point? Or is
Yeah.
it a phased TIF project?
It's a phased TIF, with the third phase of the TIF being the white development as a far, much more distant.
So it goes the Encore, red, white.
Yes.
Is there a time limit on that, or?
What the conversations that we've had is that the apartment project will probably take over 2 years to complete and get occupancy. So in that time frame, Red will then be going out and recruiting additional retail establishments that can locate in there, and hopefully sync up between the two, because the building of the second phase is not going to take as long as the first phase. The white development would be farther out than that.
Okay.
Councilwoman Washington?
I just wanted to give compliments to urban development and to the development team for working through a lot of these issues and listening to the trail enthusiasts who are very passionate about trail connections and trail amenities.
And I'm a trail user too, so I might be
Ditto.
biased. But you know what excites me about this project is how we can test the boundaries of something new. How do we take advantage of the huge investment that we as a community have made in our trails and use those as retail corridors as well, not just cars, but being able to invite neighbors to walk down, whether walking north or south or biking. How do we take advantage of those corridors to maximize the investment that we've made, and also provide other means of transportation to and from retail areas in a way that's a great amenity for the community and the residents that live in the neighborhood.
Yeah, and also I just have to compliment on the Affordable Housing Fund and the
Well, I will.
Directing dollars toward that, because I think it's critically important, and every time someone either provides affordable housing units or directs money toward affordable housing, I am very pleased.
Well, they've been a great group to work with.
Other questions for Director Marvin at this time?
I have one real quick.
Yes.
It says in the agreement that they'll do the 2,500 times the number of units, and it will be for use in a city's affordable housing program. It's not capitalized, so what is the program that it will be used for?
So, to date, we have had one in lieu of, which would have been Sky Park for $285,000. We're using that for a rental rehab program. These dollars will flow into a fund that would have similar parameters, but it could be parameters that provide rental rehab, if that's a direction that we find is the most appropriate use, or it could help offset some costs that developers who are trying to develop affordable housing are experiencing to help address those costs. And trust me, there's always more costs than there are dollars to.
So we'll have a chance to.
But I think there is an opportunity to do good work with those dollars and maximize the number of future units we can get from that as well.
Any other questions? Councilman Beckius.
Director Marvin, as affordable housing needs are being considered with new development in town, and as your department continues to explore alternative methods or new methods, for example, cash in lieu of payment, or in lieu of housing or units, or source of income discrimination, how is your department approaching that particular issue and making sure, for example, that we aren't doing cash in lieu of in certain areas of town and asking for affordable units in other areas of town? Or, I mean, is there at this point in time, a philosophy that you're following to make sure, for example, this area of town isn't doing cash in lieu of? Because I don't want the perception to be, as we continue down the road, that certain developments don't want affordable housing and are willing to pay out to avoid it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so I think that what and I think the developers here might be able to explain this far better than I can, but one of the revelations that I've had as an advantage of in lieu of from the developer's perspective is the present value or the amount of indebtedness that I can go to actually go build my building is severely impacted if I have to enter into an agreement at a low, below market rental rate for a number of years. So with certain projects that have the scale of this one, that's a rather difficult nut to crack to be able to provide affordable units in that. We did do that on Vine Street, not because of the location of that. We had a willingness in the developer to be able to secure affordable units for a period of time. And I'm not going to say that the apartment that was built on Vine Street was of a low quality. It certainly meets all of our building code standards and all of that. But the scale and the cost of that particular development, it was a fit for them to be able to provide contractually a certain number of units in there, and it didn't hurt their pro forma in being able to do that. So I think those are the kinds of trade-offs. I think on our ticking scale, we would prefer to have affordable units in the building, but we recognize that that may damage their pro forma, that they wouldn't be able to have a project. So then the second question is, are there in lieu of financing tools that we'd be able to use so that the project can still move forward, but then we can use those dollars anywhere within the community to expand our goals on affordable housing anywhere in Lincoln. And the truth about this one is, this is not, the other complicating factor on, these are not TIF dollars that are the in lieu of, because the TIF dollars have to be spent within a project area that's defined. These can float and be spent citywide, so we have an ability to go to the greatest need and provide those dollars in an area that's much broader than just a defined project area that's over in that, that location.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Director Marvin, for that.
Good afternoon, good evening. Thank you so much for your patience and perseverance today. We will try to be as timely and quick as we can be because you're tired, I'm sure. My name's Kent Seacrest, 1128 Lincoln Mall, and I'm representing today really a 3-developer team, but we're bringing this to you in phases. So let's start with EPC, which is Encore in the redevelopment agreement. Terry O'Leary is the chairman of EPC Real Estate Group. He's here to answer any questions you might have of him. The second developer that's on this agreement is Red Development, and Scott Wagner is here. He's Senior Vice President for Development. And then in case you ask any civil engineer questions, we have Aaron Bright here. This is collectively 3 developers, and I'm just real proud how 3 different independent developers came together and created what I call the master plan that is going to be in front of you and can be implemented as part of this project. I wish this would open so I can run through the slides real quick. This is collectively about a $77 million collective project that we're anticipating. This first phase alone is going to be about $48 million. And this is saying the PowerPoint doesn't want to open.
Hold
So-
on one second. We're getting some assistance with that.
Here he comes to save the day.
Don't you love this?
See if I can help you on here.
Please, because the icon didn't open. You got another place to come. There you go.
Here you
Thank
are.
you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, we have boy, this operator error. There we go. So, just some real quick images. This is the fourth public hearing you've had on this project, and yet this is only the first phase. So you get to have a couple more public hearings. But just to remind you, the blight, the redevelopment plan, the plan unit development that Dan mentioned that you had already, and then this is the redevelopment agreement on phase one. We're starting with the middle, the apartment complex that EPC will be implementing, followed by phase two, which is the staging area, but we'll hopefully follow up, and we're hoping phase one and phase two will come across the finish line for completion in a very similar period of time. And then phase three is dependent on office users by the wide development group. So this is just bird's eye view of phase one. This is bird's eye view of phase two. And then these are the site plans for the, I pushed something and I shouldn't have pushed something. So we've had EPCs built lots of attractive buildings across the nation, particularly in the Kansas City is their base area. And we have Red, who, if you're familiar with South Point Shopping Center, has been the successful shopping center developer of that area. And Dan showed you the images of the building. And what we're doing, other than RB stays and Wells Fargo stays, but everything else is demolished. We have a $2.5 million demolition site prep bill just to clear the deck with this site. And so everything else will disappear. And you can see the old dotted footprint of what the building is today, and the green is the first phase area. We have worked hard with Planning Department, Parks and Recreation. I want to thank JJ for all his work and others on his team to coordinate landscaping, berming, all the utilities, the stormwater, we're sharing that, and the trail enhancements. So even though we've done all the master planning, we're just committing at this stage to the first phase. So the other developers have to come in if they want to see their TIF attributes come forward to them. We had quite a bit of neighborhood dialogue. Jane and others participated in our Zoom meetings with the neighborhoods. We met with the board of the Country Club Neighborhood Association. But we met with other neighbors in the area. We've had lots of talks. We've gone to the Trails Committee. And I think our hard work has paid off because the room doesn't, I don't know if it has any opposition, but so far we've been able to have all our public hearings without opposition. And I got to thank the developers because they realized early that the Lincoln way is to do it in a win-win fashion. Dan mentioned the traffic, less traffic, both at the all-day and the PM count, which is positive. And we do thank the staff because it took a long time to work out all the details, work with the Trails Committee, work with other advocates to make this go forward. We think we just knocked all the key components in the comp plan with this mixed-use project, infill. We went to urban design. Not only did they really like our design, but they liked all our materials. And the Planning Commission was also very, very supportive along with staff. So with that, we'll answer any questions you might have.
Any questions for Mr. Seacrest? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right. Anyone else going to testify on this item?
You might as well
Come
say
on
hello.
up. We want to hear about what kind of project.
Microphone,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
30 seconds, that's great.
This is Terry O'Leary, EPC 8001 Metcalf Avenue, Overland Park, Kansas. Just real quick, Kent said I was chairman. That means nothing in our company. I'm not any better or different than the maintenance guy. We all have our roles. The younger people in the company said, because I've been there the longest, that you're the chairman now. And actually, when you look up chairman, it means you don't really do anything. The CEO, they moved me out of the CEO role, which I'm not sure what I did there either. But point is, a lot of times the chairman or from companies, and our company's not that large, come to these meetings and go, hey, chairman, whatever. My job is the same as the 4 or 5 other principals in our company. Is I like to build buildings. I started the company 20 years ago, and I'll be up here, this is my project, and I'm worried about whether the paint color is the right color, whether the stone's put on right, whether the framing's straight. I'm as interested in that as I am the design process. So, and as far as the design process, we've had 3 or 4 meetings that everybody's looked at that, and Dan's group and the other urban committee, development committee, approve the materials and so on and so forth. And so this is as high end as anything we've done. If you look on our website, you'll see other projects, but we started in Kansas City, but we finished a project in Wichita. We like to go to 3rd-tier cities. I don't like to refer to cities as different tiers, but Kansas City is a 2nd-tier city. Maybe it's a 3rd-tier city now. I don't know. Done projects in Flagstaff, doing one in Topeka, Kansas right now. But every place we've gone, it's the highest end project in that market. And so our philosophy in most of the places we go, we don't want to be, if there was already 3 of these here, we wouldn't be doing this. We like to be first one in, set the market, define the market, create the market for people to enjoy an upper end product. And what that means is it doesn't mean it's out of reach. It's still got to be affordable to people who want to rent in that demographic. But we have people from 20 to 80 in our projects. It's not like when I say upper end, you got to remember that there are apartments that are 50 years old, or 40 years old, or 30 years old, and this is just when those were brand new. A lot of them were upper end, but as they decline, then you're replacing them with. There's a new demand for rental housing because of the lack of access to buy a home, especially now. And so we try and replace these with a nice place to live with amenities that attract, the users for renting apartments now. So our motto or mission statement is create the next experience. So this is our new experience for Lincoln. I will say, as it relates to TIF, about half our projects have some type of incentive, half don't. We don't go into markets and ask for things that we don't need. Our Red partner, we've done, Scott, 3 or 4 projects with them as a joint venture partner. Finished one in Denton, Texas, and an out market in Dallas. But we had this under contract for about a year to do market rate, and we actually terminated the contract because it didn't work, even with the TIF. And if it wasn't for us starting a new active adult product type in Kansas City, we're starting 2 there, we wouldn't have done this. That allows us to tweak it a little bit, go to a different demographic that's a more established demographic with a little more savings, that is selling a home and wants to stay in a neighborhood and stay close to kids, and so on and so forth, that are growing up in the neighborhood. Could be 2 blocks away or a mile away, but that's a good example of what this project is. So anyway, that's a little bit about what I do and what we do. So sorry that's over 30 seconds. Anyway.
Just barely, no. We
Any
appreciate
questions?
it.
Thank you for
Yes.
that.
Thanks for
coming
being
to
here,
Lincoln.
and welcome to Lincoln again. Any questions for a gentleman, for a visitor? All right, thank you. Anyone else want to come forward? Are we good? All right, welcome. We're glad you're here. Yes. What's that? Oh, I know, we know, engineers, yeah. Bring all your equipment. No, I'm kidding. Thank you for being here. All right, with that, Madam Clerk, can you move us on?
That concludes our public hearing ordinance's second reading and related resolutions. We can now move on to section 7, ordinance's third reading and related resolutions. Item 7A is amending sections 5.04.250 of the Lincoln Municipal Code relating to minors delivering liquor prohibited, to revise the section title to delivery of liquor and to include exceptions when alcoholic liquor may be delivered to the consistent with the Nebraska Liquor Commission rules and regulations, and repealing section 5.04.250 of the Lincoln Municipal Code as hereto existing, introduced by Washington.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by McGinnis. Councilman Shob, you are recognized.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to offer a motion to amend number 1 to this.
Second?
Thank you, Madam Councilwoman Raybold. Motion to amend number 1 actually corrects some language in the original motion. You might remember our public hearing last week. We discussed that in my zeal to do this, I may have made some typos. So we're going to correct that. And then there's also some additional additions. So this motion provides a substitute ordinance to this.
Okay.
And we'll clean up all those things that should be corrected.
Very good. Thank you, Thank you, Councilman Shob. Is there any discussion? All right. Seeing none, please call the vote.
Washington,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
Beckius,
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. All right.
We have main
Oh,
motion?
yes, we have to do the main motion.
Washington,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
Beckius,
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
7-0.
Yay.
Item 7B, amending the pay schedule for a certain employee group by adjusting the schedules of annual, monthly, biweekly, and hourly pay range equivalents for employees of the city of Lincoln whose classifications are assigned to pay ranges prefixed by P, introduced by Washington.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Beckius. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please call the vote.
Washington,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
Beckius,
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 7C is amending the pay schedule for employee group whose classifications are assigned to the pay range which is prefixed by C by changing the pay range class 5338 facility maintenance supervisor from C29 to A14, introduced by Washington.
So moved.
Second?
Seconded by Raybold. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please call the vote.
Beckius,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Bowers.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 7D is annexation 22005, application of David Miller and Doreen Miller to annex approximately 2.65 acres, more or less, and adjacent rights-of-way on property generally located at South 88th Street and Pioneers Boulevard, introduced by Washington.
So moved.
Second?
Seconded by Raybold. Discussion? Seeing none, please call the vote.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Beckius,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 7E, change of zone 22008, application of David Miller and Doreen Miller to change the AGR Agriculture Residential District to R1 Residential District on property generally located at South 88th Street and Pioneers Boulevard, introduced by Washington.
So moved.
Second?
Seconded by Raybold. Is there discussion? Seeing none, please call the vote.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Beckius,
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 7F is annexation 22008, application of the City of Lincoln, Lancaster County Planning Department to annex approximately 2.6 acres more or less on property generally located at Northwest 48th Street and West Vine Streets, introduced by Washington.
So moved.
Second?
Seconded by Raybold. Discussion? Seeing none, please call the vote.
Bowers,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Raybold?
Yes.
Beckius?
Yes.
Ward?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 7G is text amendment 22005, City of Lincoln Planning Department proposed to repeal Lincoln Municipal Code Section 27.67.065 pertaining to parking in the O3 zoning district, introduced by Washington.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Beckius. Any discussion? Seeing none, please call the vote.
Raybold?
Yes.
Schob?
Yes.
Beckius?
Yes.
Bowers?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
Ward?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 7H is Street and Alley Vacation 22005, application of Lincoln Planning Department Director to vacate those parts of County Road 1208, South Street, within city limits generally located north of Van Dorn Street between South 98th Street and South 84th Street, introduced by Washington.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Beckius. Discussion? Seeing none, please call the vote.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Beckius?
Yes.
Bowers?
Yes.
Raybold?
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
Schob?
Yes.
Ward?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 7I is change of zone 22018, application of Brad Alderman to change from AGR Agricultural Residential District to O3 Office Park District on property generally located at 6601 South 70th Street, introduced by Washington.
So moved.
Second?
Seconded by Raybold. Discussion? Seeing none, please call the vote.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Raybold?
Yes.
Schob?
Yes.
Bowers?
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
Beckius?
Yes.
Ward?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 7J is use permit 22006, application of Brad Alderman for a use permit in the O3 Office Park District on 4.82 acres, more or less, with associated waivers on the property generally located at 6601 South 70th Street, introduced by Washington.
So moved.
Second?
Seconded by Raybold.
Madam Chair.
Discussion. Councilwoman Washington.
I'd like to offer a motion to amend number 1 on this item. This will reflect some conditions that were added and approved by the Planning Commission that got missed.
Second?
And putting this together. Thank you.
Seconded by Raybold. Discussion. Seeing none, please call the vote.
Washington?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Raybold?
Yes.
Schob?
Yes.
Bowers?
Yes.
Beckius?
Yes.
Ward?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Let's vote on, back to the main motion, please.
Raybold?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Bowers?
Yes.
Schob?
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
Beckius?
Yes.
Ward?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 7K, Street and Alley Vacation 22002, application of Oleg Stepaniuk to vacate a public alleyway for the south right-of-way in West Monroe Street to north right-of-way of West M Street on property generally located southeast of Southwest 44th and O Streets, introduced by Washington.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Beckius. Discussion. Seeing none, please call the vote.
Beckius?
Yes.
Bowers?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Schob?
Yes.
Raybold?
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
Ward?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 7L is an ordinance amending ordinance 21257, establishing the pilot program temporarily governing food trucks in the public roadways of the city, introduced by Ward.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by McGinnis. It was a tie. Councilwoman Raybold.
I'd like to make a motion to amend number 1 that just clarifies the effective date of this agreement.
Second.
Seconded by Washington. Any discussion? I would just like to say thank you, everyone, for finally getting the food truck ordinance over the finish line. It's been a long time coming, so thank you, Dan Marvin and Johansi Christie and everyone else that the city does have an appetite. Oh, get it? Okay. Thank you. Saying no, oh boy, it is time to go home. Good one, Councilman Show.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, please call the vote.
Beckius?
Yes.
Bowers?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Raybold?
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
Schob?
Yes.
Ward?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. And the main motion?
Yes, back to the main motion, please. Thank you.
Bowers?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Raybold?
Yes.
Schob?
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
Beckius?
Yes.
Ward?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
All right.
That concludes our ordinances, third reading and related resolutions. Section 8, resolutions first readings are items 8A and 8B. Ordinances first reading related resolution, section 9 is item 9A. Pending list date certain are items 10A through 10U. Sorry,
Yeah, yeah.
Don't worry, yo.
that's all I
And
have.
oh my God.
I'd
Thank you.
like to make a motion to adjourn.
Is
Yeah.
there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
There's
I didn't
no
think so.
discussion.
All right, please call the vote.
Washington,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Beckius,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Ward.
Yes,
Motion carried 7-0.
Are
we
outta
are
here?
adjourned.